for your butt storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
I was doing so well, too. I was doing so well. That was pretty cool, guys. It probably didn't seem too cool on your end, what just happened there. But something pretty cool just happened. How we doing today? Lore-friendly WJ there is Samare. We got Kevin Kitsune. A very good evening to you as well. I am the world's worst TIE pilot. I think I could give you a run for your money on that one, Roland. Hey, how you doing, data nerds? So, again, probably didn't seem as cool from your end, but from the moment that the stream started to right now, I pushed one button. I pushed one button. I have my Stream Deck over here, and I've been playing with it. It's not totally set up yet. I don't have my clips set up on it yet. I know exactly how I'm going to do it. It's just going to take... I'll probably have it done later this week. But I pushed one singular button. I pushed it, and it went to the correct scene. It started the stream. It started the countdown. It started the music. It opened up Pretzel and got it running. It waited the right amount of time. It played Chaotic Harmony's little blurb, and then it switched over to this scene. It did all of these things for me. Like, I pushed it and I waited. That's all I did. This thing is fucking cool, you guys. It's a toy, and I know that there is there's certainly a contingent of folks out there when it comes to the Stream Deck who are like, you can do all that with macros. You can do all that with macros, and it's technically true. You could do everything that this thing does with some incredibly complex macros, some nested commands, and a little bit of programming know-how on your part. But I'm telling you, I plugged this thing in. I set up a couple of things, and I push a button, and it did all that shit for me, and it's really cool. And I'm going to be using it throughout the stream tonight when I switch scenes and when I do things. Like, I should be able to push this button. Hang on, I'm going to try to go to my BRB screen. Okay, that did make me realize that I don't have music on my BRB screen, which is something I'm going to have to fix. Whoopsie daisy. What happened to the cutting board? It was, so I replaced it with this peach. This is HDPE, which I believe is high density polyethylene. It's a thin cutting mat. I wanted to get rid of the other one because I didn't get rid of it. I have it. I wanted to use it for some other things because I'm not pressing blades into this surface as much, and I didn't like the little grid as much anymore. So yeah, this is brand new. I'm going to be trying it out, see how I like it. Looks clean. It is clean. It's very clean. We'll see how long that lasts. Probably not too long. What's up, O'Coral? It's good to see you. Yeah, no, the Stream Deck is very, very cool. I should be able to, like... Phone. Look at that. I can mute myself with the... That's really not impressive. It's one button that mutes me. It's like one of the most basic features. But I've got another button here for when we go to the storm report. That should, again, do everything that I normally have to do to transition, but all I do is I push the one button. And that'll be pretty cool. And I have it set up such that depending on whether I'm gaming or not, I still use the same buttons. And it'll choose which camera I'm using. The Hamburg Attack. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? Oh my god. Raid in from who? What's going on? Who's raiding what? I thought it's not Steiner, is it? I thought Steiner was going later. I was hoping to raid him later. I got my raids set up on my Stream Deck too. Admittedly, I had to program them each individually, so it'll depend on who's online. But in theory, I should be able to just push a button and start a raid, which is it's just taking a lot of the busy work out of streaming, which I'm really into. And a very good evening to you as well, the God of Myth. I've also, I don't know if my camera up here has improved at all from your perspective, but I got myself a Ring face light that is blasting me in the face now, and theoretically making me more visible. I'm going to be making a lot of upgrades over the next week. This is Machine God, or it doesn't sound very much like a machine. That sounds That sounds distinctly biological. I gotta be honest. See something on your desk looks rather exciting for a few different reasons, a few of which are very fresh. Yes, Samara and I have been talking about the Borealis dropship over the course of last night and this morning, and there are some interesting developments. It has inspired some things in Samara, and we've been working together on a couple of things. Machine God, don't worry about it, man. You feeling shitty? Fucking take the night off, dude. Relax. Relax! Did I want the mic halfway in? Oh, I did kind of move it in the... I'm always... This is like... So, you know, like when you're just kind of fidgeting, you're like you're standing in front of somebody, or you're standing in front of a crowd, and you're talking, and you find yourself, like, you know, tugging at your beard a little bit, rubbing your hands together, kind of shifting your feet. Like that. This is my fidgeting. I sit here and I just kind of... I move the microphone around a little bit, you know? I move it away. I move it into the frame, like over here. And then I move it back. And I rotate it some. And then I put it just way too close. Just way too close to my mouth. You do not... No, you don't know how this ends. I'm not gonna lick the microphone. Medical, we did that one time, and we agreed it was a bad idea. Okay? Sheesh.
Welcome
Sheesh
back to
Louise.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out,
Oh
"No,
my!
Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first."
Studio J7. You said that there was a raid incoming. I thought you meant like Steiner was gonna pop in.
Welcome back
with
to
like
50
10
Shades of
people.
Coal Gray.
And Studio
And as I
J7
lay
is
on
like,
the
here,
cold,
let me
unforgiving
just
table,
go ahead and
my
drop
liquids
the hammer
spewing
on
out
you real
from
quick.
beneath me across the polished surface.
Studio
I
J7.
look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Now let's be kind, chatters, because these people are not used to the Chaotic Harmony voiceovers or our ongoing saga of 50 Shades of Coal Black. It could be off-putting. I don't know. It's very erotic stuff. Studio J7, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, thank you all so much for the follows. J7, Luluaka, Momochaki, Blade Mark? I'm gonna go with that. I like Blade Mark. That sounds pretty good. Oh, DigiClan Wolf, I appreciate that. Well, hello to everybody coming in from Studio J7. Personally, one of my favorite streams on Twitch. If y'all enjoy painting streams at all and you're not following Studio J7, man, you need to. Man, you need to. Him and his missus have one of the absolute best painting streams on all the interwebs. All the interwebs. If only because, for the vast majority of it, they're actually painting things. Which, ironically, is what I'm not yet doing in my stream. We'll get there. I'm not J7, but I appreciate your humility, and I appreciate the raid even more. Thank you so much for that. We're going to be building a couple of things today. We just got started. I spent the last few minutes talking about the stream deck that I just got set up and being super excited about how I pushed one button and did a bunch of things. That's no problem, J7. Dude, I like... you were one of the first people that I came to on Twitch when I was like, I think I'm going to start streaming. I'm not really sure how to do it, what I should focus on. You gave me some really good advice in the beginning, man, including don't let Twitch take over your life. And I'd like to tell you, J7, I took that advice, and I thought about it, and I really internalized it, and then I just sort of blew it out the goddamn window. Because this is a lot of what I'm doing these days. Twitch is definitely starting to take over my life, man. It's fun, though. I have a good time on camera. You know, I've got a lot of painting projects done. I'm going to be showing off a couple of things on today's stream. For those of you who are not familiar with Thunderhead Studio, we do a lot of... Oh, and thank you so much for that follow, Vex667.
Welcome, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Now, you may be confused about that rule. You may be thinking, but Thunderhead, why do you even feel the need to tell us not to show you our junk on stream? And it is because we have a bit at the end of the stream, which I am not ashamed to say was inspired by Studio J7 himself. Man, I'll tell you, one of the coolest things that happened to me when I was on Twitch, when I first got on Twitch and started looking at painting streams, was you do those reviews on Instagram of people who tag you. You review their painting, you talk about it a little bit, you know, you give some tips, and I started doing that in some of my earliest streams about 8 months ago. And it has just been fantastic. It has become a bit that we do every stream now called the Storm Report, which if you would like to participate, if anyone, yeah, viewer gallery, there you go. It's the very same. If you would like to participate in that, and anybody who's new to the stream, I would be deeply, deeply honored if you felt like joining us. It's really a fantastic way for the whole community to kind of keep tabs on what everybody's doing, to update people on their latest projects, to, I mean, I maintain, and I've said this a number of times, in order to be a creative.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I didn't glorb anything, WJ.
What are you doing to me? Or anything.
What are you doing to me? So you're going to hear that voice a lot throughout the stream. Also, if you stick around, that is another streamer named Chaotic Harmony, who, if you are a subscriber to this channel, you can use his voice to heckle me a little bit. It wasn't meant to be heckling, but that's what it became. So yeah, we are going to be doing the Storm Report,
like
which I would like to... Oh my god,
sexy
Samara.
Streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders.
Oh my god.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. But if you would like to participate in the Storm Report tonight, share anything that you've been working on lately. And it doesn't just have to be painted miniatures. You know, we do a lot of painted minis here. But maybe you're a photographer, you know, maybe you're a woodworker, maybe you're a writer, maybe you're a video editor. If you've got something that you feel like sharing with us, a little bit of creativity to feed the beast, all you gotta do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked hashtag the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures, and we will take a look. And if it's like a mini and you'd like some review or you'd like some advice, all you gotta do is just type in there, hey man, I just painted this. How do I do the next step? That's me typing, by the way. You like that? My little twiddle fingers? That's what I look like when I'm typing on the keyboard. I just kind of waggle my fingers, and that actually explains why most of what I say is gibberish. When I say it out loud, it makes sense. So we're gonna be doing some model building here on the stream tonight. Oh, dude, no, you're across the pond. I don't know what time it is over there, but it's always some crazy fucking time as far as I can tell. Studio J7, man, you go get some sleep, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, that's too late, man. That's too late. The fact that you were streaming this late, you're an absolute champion. J7, you have a good night, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope to see you again soon, man. But yeah, we're going to be building a few things on stream tonight. For those of you who are unaware of a lot of what we do here at Thunderhead Studio, we do a lot of Battletech. We do a whole lot of Battletech. We paint lots of mechs, we make lots of stuff, and most recently I actually design and sell terrain and pieces. Terrain and pieces? Terrain pieces? Yeah, sure. Mostly terrain. Lots and lots of hex-based terrain for your Battletech playing pleasure, and that is one of the things that I'm going to be building right now is the new Borealis class dropship, 3D printed on an Ender 3 and designed to be just so easy to print. Guys, I'm so proud of this. I'm so proud of this machine. I really am. Terrains of tacos. Fetal Soul, I like the way you think. It doesn't have to make sense. Just throw tacos in there. Just throw tacos in there. That makes anybody's day better, you know? What's this Battletech you speak of? What could that possibly be? I'm so happy that Battletech is going through the kind of renaissance that it is at this point. It's exciting. It's exciting, you guys, because Battletech has been, like, nearly dead for better part of a decade. Did you see what I got Papa Bear started on? I don't know that I did, Machine God. You started to mention what happened in the last 20 or so hours before all hell... Yeah, before the raid to end all raids came in. So yeah, in the last 24 hours, I got talking to Samare about this, which this is one single printed component of the Borealis. This is not the whole thing, and I'll try to make sure I angle it so you can actually see the details of it somewhat as I work on it. This is just the spinal and rear section with the engines. It doesn't even have the engine cones mounted. You'll see the whole thing put together before the end of the stream. But we got started talking about it, and Samare says to me, so, how would you feel about the Borealis dropship being... Did I called you Fetal Soul? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fatal Soul. It's the AE. It says E to me. You know, like when you spell demon all fancy and it's like Damon and I'm like demon. I see the AE and I'm like fetal. It could only be worse if you spelled it F-O-E-T-A. Fatal. Fey. No, I get it now. I see it now. And I'm sorry. Yes, fatal soul. God, that makes so much more... This should be a sign to you about how little I even notice some of the things that I say when I'm actually streaming sometimes. Because if I had been thinking, I would have thought to myself, that's a strange name. That's a little, maybe it's pronounced a different way. But no, I just went right ahead. I just charged right ahead with that one. We were talking about MechAssault 3D models, making some of the apocryphal mechs into 3D printable models. Okay, so yeah, you got him started on that project? Because I've seen some of the models that he's been posting. Has anyone ever tried to scale print the really big drop? So has anyone ever tried, yes. Certainly it's been tried. I've seen the project started a number of times. I've never seen it finished. But to get back to what I was saying, talking with Samer, who, if you are not aware, has been working on and curating the incredible document TRO Operation Lancaster, a fan-based project. Thank you so much for the reminder, Hamburg. I actually do need reminders to drink water. I just sit here and drink beer for a few hours, and that's not healthy. Is it? Maybe it is. It has nothing to do with being healthy or not. I just need to drink some water. So he asked me if I'd be interested in having the Borealis featured, mentioned, and otherwise included in the excellent TRO Operation Lancaster, which we have seen a number of pieces of art for here on this stream, as well as reviewed a good number of exclusive art releases Samer has done right here on the stream. It's always exciting. Always exciting when we get to see some of the art for this book right here before anybody else does. Usually done by the very talented Matt Plug. And this is one of the reasons that this excites me. Samer's been talking about putting the Borealis into Operation Lancaster. He has typed up an article sort of describing its creation and its inclusion in the operation itself, its history with the Dreadnought Battle Corps. Dreadnought Industries, the production arm of Dreadnought. And, yeah, I think that's gonna happen. I think that the Borealis is going to be featured in Operation Lancaster. I'm really a fan of the background write-up that he did. I think it's very cool. I think it's very exciting. The most exciting thing to me is we're gonna get some art of the Borealis done by Matt Plog. And I have to admit, it was that really sold me. When he said, Matt Plog is going to go ahead and do some art of this. I just like, yes. Yes, please. Can we make that happen? What do I have to do to make this a reality? Samer has also done some legwork, converting the physical aspects of this dropship into game rules that are not just an identical copy of the Aurora dropship. Now, the intent of this model is that you can use it with a number of the different official dropship rules for Battletech, including both the Aurora and the Leopard, because it is a Lance-sized dropship. However, based on the work that Samer has done, I'm going to be making some physical modifications. And not modifications so much as additions, a couple extra modular pieces, so that you can also run this as its own profile, which you will be able to find in TRO Operation Lancaster, that obeys all of the Battletech shipbuilding rules. Thank you, WJ. I actually need a better chair. This chair's done me pretty well, but I need to get a new one in the near future. Something with some better lumbar support. So today, just to start off, I wanted to go ahead and go over the sub-assemblies that we have on the Borealis, because one of the things that I'm really excited about with this dropship is how easy it is to print. How very easy it is to print. WJ, thank you so much for the reminder. Flavalicious, who's in the chat right now, I believe. Yeah, there he is. There's the man himself, Lord Hethrier. Easier than you are. My name's Hethrier and I make jokes. Jesus Christ, man. 7 months. 7 months. When will I allow people to join Storm Chasers and Thunderskunk again? I'm aiming for the end of October, WJ. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I set end of October as my goal for polishing off enough of the current backlog to accept at least 5 more entries. Chat's very active right now, Flavolicious, and I'm kind of bouncing from subject to subject. Oh, Coral with the sarcasm. Oh, lordy lord. So, Flavolicious, early on when I started doing this, asked me, so is the whole thing going to be supportless? And I took that as a challenge. And yes, the entirety of the dropship, of the Borealis dropship, is supportless. I want to tell you guys, when I got into 3D printing, when I got my first Ender 3 and I started printing off terrain for the Middle-earth strategy battle game, I got into it because there was a Kickstarter for some excellent-looking Osgiliath-style terrain. And I got the Kickstarter, I got the printer, I set it up, I started printing, and I immediately became frustrated. I became frustrated with some poor considerations on the part of the designer. They're all very excellent files. He's done a number of Kickstarters since then. They turned out really well, but there were just a lot of little funny things that didn't quite sit right with me. They weren't the easiest to print. They had some funny little artifacts, they had some funny little surfaces, and they required supports in some very odd places. And I'm a big believer ever since that experience in really, and I hate to use a pejorative, but idiot-proofing all of the prints that we do for Hextech, for Thunderhead Studio, for Steel Warrior Studios. Those of you who have purchased Hextech terrain so far, Hextech files, and printed it, should know that I really do put in an extra amount of effort to make sure that when you get files from us, you take the files, you put them in your slicer, you slice them, you print it, you don't have any problems. You shouldn't need supports. You shouldn't have too much spaghetti from overhangs. I want you to be able to skip as much of the fine-tuning as possible by doing as much of it myself early. And then they turn on supports, and yeah, even better yet, they'll be like, this thing is totally supportless, and then they'll use, like, tree supports or some shit. So every now and then I do have to have some supports. Moving forward, I'm looking to use built-in print-in-place supports. That's something I've been doing more and more of. But in the case of the Borealis dropship, this whole thing, I have been able to make it so that you don't need supports on any part of it. You just put these files in, you print them, and then you assemble them, and you're good to go. And furthermore, everything is optimized in such a way so as to minimize the existence of print lines on slanted surfaces and to create as many flat top surfaces as possible so that if you're using Cura or another slicer that has ironing, you can go ahead and iron the top surface and have it nice and flat. I'm telling you, these things require very, very little by way of surface finishing. I think that aside from 3D printing obviously being the future of wargaming, I think there need to be more designers who are considering the physical realities of FDM printing as they make these things, because I'll tell you what else, I don't want to say this is indestructible because you can break this, but I'll tell you, you're gonna have to try. You're gonna have to try. I have optimized every single piece of this thing to print cleanly, to print supportless, and to print for maximum strength. Maximum strength given the stresses that are going to be put on it. And I think we can go over some of that today as I put it together. So, how many pieces have we got? That's my first question. This is the largest piece by far. This is the spine and primary engines minus the engine nozzles. This takes about a day to print this, and it's got some pinholes here for locking on the side modules. Groovy. So let's set that aside. That's the aft section of the ship. The fore section of the ship comes in these 2 pieces, and this is a good example of what I mean about print line optimization, because I wanted to have these soft curves, which again, I'm going to make sure that because I'm using black PLA, and I got a black background, and that, that's my fault, but I'm going to keep rotating this so you can actually see what it is I'm talking about. We have these soft curves here. Now, if you were to print this piece oriented this way, these curves would do that ziggurat step thing. Because it's building in layers, you would quickly find that the print lines become incredibly visible right here. Like real bad. So this piece needed to be oriented straight up like this. So everything on here was designed to be printed like that, including these little locking mechanisms in here. By mechanisms, they're really just tabs. But again, this print's supportless, just like that. Light is catching the surfaces reasonably well. Yeah, I added some more lights. So I'm glad. And that slides in here. And then I wanted the bridge to also be flat across the top, but it wasn't going to print very well this way, considering it had some more soft surfaces. or rather soft curves. So your 4 is 3 sections. These two go together like that, and then the bridge slides in here. You glue that together, and you got your 4 section. 4 section has currently 4 weapons in the nose, 2 Gauss rifles right there, and then 2 large pulse lasers right there. I'm going to be modifying this a little bit for the changes that we have made to the Borealis for Operation Lancaster, and hopefully giving you a few more options so you can just print out a different one. It also has 2 turret hardpoints, another thing that is going to be expanded here shortly. These turrets print flat, and they print as single pieces, and they are remarkably durable. Again, like, these barrels are... Here's a good example, because if you were to print these barrels going up like this, it would create layer and layer and layer going the length of it, and then you could snap it off at the layers, but because this prints flat, the layers are traveling the length of the barrels. Like, you have to... It's incredibly hard to break. It's incredibly hard to break. And I've done this on everything. Anything where you would potentially be putting stress on it or breaking it off, I really just... Yeah, you're going to have some trouble with that one. I'm telling you, print one out, give it to your kids as a toy, and see if they can break it. Because I think that they're going to have a little bit of a challenge. That is another piece of the Borealis that's printing over there. That is another one of these. The flat 4 section. And these turrets, just glue right on like that. And I'm going to go ahead and glue these on so that we can get a look at the whole thing. Now, I recommend epoxy for assembling the Borealis, simply because super glue is great. Super glue works for a lot of applications. If you live in a cold environment like I do, you know that super glue also becomes brittle. Epoxy is generally going to be your best bet for assembly. It's going to yield a good, strong grip, and it's going to be flexible, even in hot or cold temperatures. So I'm going to glue these. I'm going to super glue these on for now, because I'm just doing a quick assembly. Obviously, you can use super glue. Nobody's going to stop you. Nobody's going to bust down your door and be like, "Why aren't you epoxying that, you noob?" I mean, I would, but I don't know where you live, so, you know, you can't get the full Thunderhead experience. And again, like, you would think, well, these things are sticking out, they need supports, right? Just the way that I've built this and the way that the key locks into the turrets, it doesn't. It doesn't need supports. I'm very proud of a lot of the things that I have managed to achieve on, like, if I can toot my own horn on my own stream for a minute, of a number of the, hello, Mr. Fly. You want to be a Storm Chaser too, I know, man. It's exciting. So these are our 2 extended range PPC turrets. Now the turrets are static. Once they're glued in place, they don't rotate around, they don't do anything crazy like that. That would have been significantly more complex to do. and could potentially have interrupted the fact that the other major feature of the Borealis is that it is completely hex compatible. Completely hex compatible. Yeah, magnets. I know that everybody loves magnets, but my goal with creating the Borealis was to create something where Rogue 19K, you know what, dude? I'll show you how hard it is to break. That's one of the great things about 3D printing. I can take these pieces and I can break them as much as I want, and then run some more off. Like, well, I'll show you. I'll show you these fins here in a minute. And I'll try to break one of these pins. I'll show you how much effort that it takes. I forgot what I was saying. Yes, okay, so it's entirely hex compatible. And if you look on top of this thing, you can see there are, in my mind, subtle visual cues indicating which hex is which. Now, the worst thing on here, the worst 2 hexes, there are hexes here and here. These hexes kind of suck. You have to balance a little bit to stand in them. It's not great. There wasn't much I could do with this without ruining the front profile. All the other ones are much, much better than that. But you can see, like, there's a little wire detail here. There's a little detail here. There's a little detail here. And if you follow them, each and every viable hex position is open and can be stood in by a flat-bottomed mini, including these here, once you have the modular sections on. It is a completely playable dropship, because one of the things that I personally dislike about a lot of the available dropships out there...
I heard you liked Battlemechs.
I do.
So I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech.
Exciting.
And now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
God, that's depressing every single time I hear it. But one of the things I don't like about spheroid dropships in particular, And really most of the dropships that are available is you get them and they're
Welcome back
big.
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4.
Four's a good
Thunderhead
one.
slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched
love
from
this
the
book.
desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
I don't know how we get away with this shit. I don't know. I hate losing hexes.
Welcome
you only
back
have
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Five's
Chapter
pretty good too,
5.
to be fair.
Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
That's the dumbest joke. Like, there are some stupid jokes in 50 Shades, but that is definitely the dumbest joke that we have allowed to persist. So,
You know, I suppose you could just
I
go
will.
ahead and glorb that paint on
What-
anywhere.
Is it
Not
just
like we're
Chaotic
trying to
Harmony
get
Day
inside the lines
today?
or anything.
or something, did y'all get together and just decide, let's do all the voice clips? Oh my god. Okay, so, like I said, I don't like losing hexes. I don't like losing hexes to dropships, and it's inevitably what happens when you print out one of the big mech scale dropships. You're like, well, I'm taking this footprint and saying,
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that
that's
warm,
exactly
fuzzy
it.
feeling.
That's what I'm saying.
Or maybe it's just my allergies.
You put it down and it's like Catgirls. No, that's nothing to do with anything, for the love of God. You put it down and what you're saying is, okay, so this giant circle of hexes, we're not going to play with these hexes. Well, I say, fuck that. Play with all the damn hexes. Make the top of the dropship interesting. So let's do that. That's the 4 section as it comes together. Stud Bucket. Oh, it's not Stud Bucket. That is Scud Bucket. What an unappetizing name. But I think you knew that when you chose it, didn't you, Scud Bucket? Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the storm at Chasers. So, the 4 and the aft connect very easily. Again, this is a supportless sliding connection here, and a little port right here. It slides down and in. You're going to want to glue this. You're going to want to glue this join so that this is all one solid piece. These you don't want to glue. These are the modular pod connection points, and there are... I have 2 printed out. I have 2 types. Oh, God! Let me just scatter some things on the floor. I wasn't really going to use those anyway. Alright, I'll find the last one later. It doesn't matter. So, these modular points allow you to take one of any number of modules. These are the mech bays. I'm going to show you how the doors go on here in a minute. It slides down and on like so. And it's got a little bit of a grip to it to keep it tight against the spine. And then, so you can see the inside of the... I'm going to remove the 4 right now because it's not glued on. You can see the inside of the mech bay. Has some details in it. It has a door built into the floor, and it has a rack on the back of it to sort of indicate that mechs could be deployed vertically out of it, or you can land it and open up the doors if you want. And then these pins are sort of disguised as magnetic clamps. I'm going to be showing some painted pictures of these later in the week so you'll get a better view of the details. But this is meant to look like a magnetic clamp that would lock onto the back of a mech. You take this, you insert it inside the bay, and again, let me just show you here real quick. This is a good example because I can print these quickly. I'm going to go ahead and break one for you, okay? These pins, because they print flat, you really don't have to worry about breaking them as much. Let me go ahead and just see how much it takes. Alright, I managed to break one by applying the force of both of my arms. And it snapped off at that point there. The actual functional part of it, this part here, the one that you actually need to work, let's see how much effort that takes. Ah, fuck. All I really managed to do was deform it. This isn't gonna happen by accident, is my point. You're gonna have to try to break these things, fiddly and small as they may be. Thunderhead is weak like baby. But you take these pins, and you slide them in here and into the central section, And now, there's a little magnetic clamp at the back that looks like it should lock around your mech for lowering it out the bottom door. That is also holding this to the spine mechanically, so you can't lift it off. It won't come off at this point. This was one of the last features I added because I didn't have a mechanical class before, and you couldn't necessarily lift the whole thing by the bays, and I hated that. So we fixed it. So now, the only way to remove the bay is to go in and pull the pin. And the reason I did all this stuff in PLA instead of using magnets is because I wanted you to be able to buy the files, print the files, use the files. I didn't want you to have to go someplace else and buy magnets or buy brass rod or what have you. And that's why I also went ahead and worked out 3D printable hinges. Here's one of the other sections. This is the aerospace support section, where you can have 4 of these instead of 4 of the mech bays, and the Borealis becomes a light aerospace carrier. There's another pin, just like the other one, that goes in here to lock this to the body. So there's a light carrier configuration. And there are more configurations coming. We have cargo configurations. We have both solid and liquid/gas cargo. And we have some more bay configurations coming thanks to Operation Lancaster, which are going to be some sort of special loadouts that I've been talking about with Samare, some of which are a bit aggressive. Let's just say Samare has been talking about, according to the rules, we can put long toms in that thing, because he's out of his goddamn mind. But anyway, the point is, once you get the basic Borealis together, you can then turn it into one of any number of configurations simply by replacing these, yes, capital scale weapons. In fact, quite specifically, a pocket warship. There is one that he has designed that all falls within the game rules that is kind of a brutal-ass little frigate, actually. Can you buy one off me? So these are these files, these basic files, including the mech bays and the aerospace bays, have gone off the Steel Warrior Studios. They should be available for him both as physical prints and as STLs inside of the next week, and then we will be having the cargo components and more modular bays releasing in the coming few weeks. So if you get the basic package, this will be then forward compatible with anything else you want to add to your Borealis. Can I just add, this thing is fucking huge. By the time it's all together, this thing's like a foot long. It's kind of nonsense. Alright, so let me put some parts onto the rear so you can see how more of these pieces fit together, and then I'll build one of the mech bays. What do you say? Now, the standard armaments are identical to the Aurora, but again, there will be alternative armaments available. These rear turrets have Gauss rifles and medium pulse lasers, which it's definitely tricky to see, what with them being in black. But you can see there. I guess large pulse lasers, not medium pulse. Put a Griffin in there for scale? Oh, yeah, that's easy. So there's your mech bay. Boop. There's your Griffin battle mech. Now, I'm not going to promise you that every single mech you print out is going to fit in here just perfectly, because some people like to oversize their atlases, you know. But I can show you a couple examples. Why don't I go ahead and take this opportunity to put the doors on one of these since I'm talking about the mech bay. So, here's one of the things you're going to print. For each mech bay, there is a lower door, an upper door, and then you print 2 of these pins. I'm pretty pleased with how these came out. They're funny looking little things, but it's because they have built-in supports. So when you print these out, they're not going to have the usual flattened problem that you have when you're trying to print a rod flat on an FDM printer. So you take this, you take your clippers, you clip off one end of it at an angle, close to the end. You peel off the print-in-place supports. You go ahead and you set your door in place, and there are internal guides on these, by the way, which I think you can see right here. So you can just take the door and set it in place, and it won't drop in or anything. You can just set it there, hold it with a little bit of pressure. Take your pin that has been cut off at and also, by the way, I'm going to do an assembly video for this on the new Lumix G7 when it gets in. So, you know, don't worry too much about this. If you're worried about how to do the assembly, we'll make sure we get you taken care of. Hey, Cat Ion Mod Extraordinaire, good to see you. So you insert this.
If you don't respect the
with
cat,
a twisting
you're
motion.
gonna get the bat.
Oh, hold up. There's a little extra piece of string on there. Make sure that you don't leave the print-in-place supports on like I just did. Or it won't go in. And then, yeah, just insert this with a twisting motion and kind of wiggle it around to make sure that it gets into the hinge slot. I just did this like 8 times, and of course this is going to be the one time that it gives me trouble. Alright, that's a bad example.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
That
Come
keeps
on,
the suspense up.
Put it back on camera.
Let's go. Okay, well, one thing that is important to check that I didn't do on these because I just ran them off, on holes like this, every time you print, so these print oriented like this, which means this side was flat against the build plate, and this side always gets a little squished, so you kind of want to come in here and loosen it up ever so slightly, because it's actually a little tighter than it is on the other end. Though I guess really I could just insert it from the other end and not have to deal with that problem, couldn't I? Yeah, so think your way around the issue. There we go. Slide that in. Now that pin is in place, you can see it going through both ends there. And I found you don't even need to glue it. Just clip it off on both sides with a pair of flush cutters. And now you've got a door that goes up and down. Do the same thing on the lower hinge. Just put your door in place. It will line itself up no problem. And go ahead and insert the hinge pin with a slight twisting motion through to the end. And you may find that you want to glue it depending on how tight your fit is. Everybody's printer is going to be a little bit different. So far, I've had good luck with just clipping them off and leaving them, and that way they can even be removed later if you want to. So, here's your assembled mech bay. The door opens up just like so, and then snaps down into place with just a little... Hear that? I'm so happy with that. I'm so happy with that. Let's do that one more time. You ready? Can you hear it? So this won't come up. You can shake this all over. It's not going to open up. How hard do I have to shake it? Okay, yeah, it's not going to open up, but it still opens with just a little tug. No problem at all. Now, it's worth noting that even the interior of the mech bay and the top of the mech bay is set up for hex-friendly play. You'll see there's a hex here. You can see the detailing for hexes here that are supported by the other ones to the side. There's a hex here, and there's a hex here that you can even stand on that the edge supports. So again, this is all 33mm hex compatible with some simple visual cues so that you can stay aligned with your grid. You open it up, your mech goes inside, and it's the same way. The position that the mech stands is a legal 33mm hex, and then as you move him out, it is marked on the door, so you can see where the other hex is. You can march all the way out, all in keeping with the hex mat rules. Now, to show you how big this thing can actually handle, I have one of the CGL Battlemasters here that I have... You know, Data Nerd, that really... It wouldn't do anything. You can throw this shit across the room. This thing is damn near bomb-proof. And because, again, because of the way that this is printed, because these doors print on their sides, even this hinge, like, you have to bear in mind, this pin section here is composed of many layers going this way. It's incredibly strong. I'm going to break one for you here in just a second to show it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how much effort it takes. So here's a Battlemaster that I have added some antenna to make it even taller than the normal CGL Battlemaster. You can see his little antennas there. And he fits in like so. And there he is. I'm really happy with this. How about a king crab? You want to try king crab? So the king crab, he struggles a little bit, but he still fits. And it's just because this particular sculpt of him is just like, he's man-spreading all over the place. Look at this crap. He's got his claws extended, it's out of control. But he goes right in like so. You have to turn him a little bit to the side to get him to fit. But there's extra room down here, so any size base is going to fit pretty well. And yeah, mostly I've found if it doesn't fit just right laterally, you just turn it a little bit. And you can go ahead and lock him up in there, too. Shell spreading, yeah. Yeah, I'm down with it. Everybody wants me to throw shit. Of course, you're going to put magnets. I mean, you can glue magnets wherever you want. I'm not going to stop you. It even fits this Storm Chaser Awesome that I did for Vergaderung with the weapon effects. I was a little concerned about this one because of how far out to the front it sticks. Obviously, Gemini. Just obviously Gemini. If you can't tell that he's a Gemini, man, you're just not paying attention. Obviously, Gemini, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and thank you so much for that follow. But yeah, there's enough space in here that even with the weapon effects on the Awesome, I think you want to tilt him just a little bit to the side to pull it back a little bit, but just like so. And now, you do want to put these on before you put in mechs because you have to put the pin in to lock it. But I mean, you know, then you've got at least storage for a lance's worth of mechs right there. It may not be the most space efficient, the dropship is itself quite large, but the dropship also functions as a perfectly good piece of terrain if you don't want to use the rules for dropships. So yeah, I'm going to break one of these hinges for you because I want you to understand how tough these damn things are. They're real damn tough. So I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to grip the upper door, and I'm just going to pull it. I'm just going to pull this away in an attempt to break the pin that is stuck through here, okay? Love you, Thunderhead. Thank you so much, Steiner Miniatures. Good to see you. Poo-poo pee-pee. Closer look at weapon effects, please. We'll take a look at those in just a second, Soulsworn. I just want you to... Oh, man, you really gotta... You gotta fucking tug on this thing to get it to come apart. And I'll tell you, these hinges that I printed here, like, these are the weakest hinges that I've printed, and it's because my machine was under extruding yesterday. Even under extruding, these pins are damn tough. And you know what? If it breaks, you know what you do then? You print another one because it takes 5 minutes? Maybe? And they're essentially free? Now, let me throw this away and put another pin in here. I printed out a bunch of them just so I'd have some extras. Yeah, that one that I just broke was significantly easier than the one that I did on stream the other day, Samare, and it's because for the last day or so that printer's been under extruding. I had to do some cold pulls after that to get it going again. Dropping things is not part of the assembly process. There we go, through and through. They're remarkably tough, though, is my point. Now, the other thing you can do, if you don't like using these 3D printed rods, if you want a more sturdy hinge pin, you can always get some brass rod. It is sized to accept the 1/16 inch brass rod just fine. Why don't you want to go through the other end? Come on. That's why a twisting motion helps. If you keep twisting, it won't bind up at any point. There it is. Let's try this one. I think this is also one of the under-extruded hinges. I just kind of want to... Yeah, okay, so this hinge is a little tougher. This one wasn't under-extruding. Let's see how much it can resist. See, there we go. All I had to do was brace my knuckles against the thing and yank it. The point is, though, is not going to happen by accident. It just won't. Still working on terrain for LVO? I am. I gotta get my printers back on that. I've got about half of it done for those guys. I need to finish the rest up this month and get it sent over to them. Because I'm the Dale Dribble to his hand. Alright. I'm gonna put one more hinge in and I'm not gonna break this one just so that I've got an assembled mech bay. In fact, I'm gonna put together all these doors right now so that I can fully assemble the Borealis for you here. Put that there. Put that on. Slide her through. Clip it flush. One mech bay. Oh, don't break Doc Ock. Another one. 2 pins. And a very good evening to you as well, Bulldozer BM2. How you doing, man? That's 2 upper doors. I need 1 lower door. Thankfully, at least for the purpose of Matt Plogart, the only really needed modifications are just the turrets and the added box launchers. I really did try my damnedest to keep the spirit of the design, and such that no real alterations would be necessary, just optional parts. And yeah, that's I appreciate it. Like, if it had required doing an entirely new dropship, I probably would have just been like, why don't we just do an entirely new dropship, man? I'll put that pin through here. Give it a little twisty twist. Oh, no, don't do that. There we go. Flip it flush. We get a large pulse instead of a medium for the armaments. I mean, you know, the size is not so great that, I mean, you can just paint it any color you want and say that it's a large or a medium. They pretty well match up. The point is that they're lasers. The actual size difference is minimal. Now, that said, alternative turrets are very much on the table. I'm just going with standard armaments for common dropships, essentially so that this file, this physical object, can be used to represent one of several things depending on your needs as a player. There we go. All the way through. Clip it flush. 2 mech bays. Another one. Oh, let's trash throw that away. Here we have another pin. Take off the supports. 2 mech bays. 3 mech bays. I want to drop a lance. No? Okay. Put that through in there. And yeah, you can definitely glue these pins into place as well. I would just glue them on one end. And that way they can still be feasibly removed without damaging anything. Fly, get off my neck. Fly, get off my neck. You're not welcome here. Oh yeah, you should see the armament that is going to be on the final version for Operation Lancaster. It's a bit ridiculous how heavily armed this thing actually is in game terms when you're not running it as just a proxy. Lore Friendly, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a great day. Oh, right in there. Flip it flush. 3 mech bay. And the final one. It really is kind of funny how some of these pins did not turn out as good as others, again, because of under extrusion. Under extrusion makes a big difference in your FDM printing, guys. Make sure that your printer is happy, healthy, loved, and tended to. Do you know where your printer is? Have you hugged it today? It is easier to do from the other side, the side that wasn't touching the print bed. These flies are good. I swear to God, like right now, it is the last fucking hurrah of the fly around here. They are... Oh... They literally come up out of the damn ground. And no matter how many of them I kill, there seem to be many, many more. Looking forward to the winter setting in when they all die. Pass through like so. Flip it flush. You have the same birthday as Bela Lugosi and Snoop Dogg. Well, you're in some auspicious company there, let me say. Good old Bela Lugosi. I have 2 flies buzzing around my head right now, and I might go insane by the end of this stream. More so than usual. Finally managed to get all the named ring rates today, really? Yeah, I know that Middle-earth has been, you were saying, Middle-earth has been actually, like, taking off and doing pretty well down there, and I'm profoundly jealous, because it wasn't when I lived down there, man. It's like y'all waited until I left to get into the games that I think are cool. Oh my god. Samare, you have no idea how much flypaper and spray and traps and shit we use. It just doesn't seem to matter right now. Lock that down, and that's 4 mech bays. Let's do some final assembly of these pieces in the aft. Now, here's a piece that I wanted to show you, and I'll try to break one of these too if you want. These are the fins that go in the back. These print flat and then slot into the sides of the engines. And again, because they print flat, you're able to get that nice iron smooth surface on top that doesn't show any print lines significantly, and they're good and tough. I don't want to break one of these in half because it's not going to look good with just 3 fins, but I mean, let's break one. Let's break one. It deforms before it actually breaks. The point being, you'll be able to go ahead and toss this into a box with your terrain and probably not worry about this coming off. Trying to get it to actually break in half, and it's just not doing it. Starting up battle companies next Saturday, and I think there's at least 10 people. Jesus, that's a really good turnout. Okay, like, at this point, all I've done is mangle it. I haven't actually succeeded in breaking it. Alright, let's glue the rest of them into place, and then I'll print another one of those a little bit later. So you got these slots on the sides of the engines. In the middle go the turrets. These are their hard points here. And you can choose which one goes on which side. They're kind of asymmetric. These are your rear-facing aft turrets. Which is a little redundant when I say it out loud. Aft, rear-facing. That's sort of the point. Well, a little bit of glue on here. Now the other thing is that you see the full length of this fin doesn't actually extend. There are 2 flies on my neck. This is going to drive me insane. Insane! But this goes a good centimeter down in there. It seats good and solid, so really there's not that much fin sticking out when it's glued in place. Again, I would recommend epoxy for most of this assembly. This part would probably always be fine in super glue. Because of the way that it sits, like even if the super glue were to get brittle, it's not going to come out. It slots, like I said, a full centimeter into the engine, and I made a little bit of a mess with my glue there. You don't have to do that. It is not a required part of assembly to be a moron and get glue everywhere. You have that option. You know, I like to leave options open to people. So then you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these engine nozzle pieces. These print separately because that's the best way to get this sort of detail on this piece. Again, every part that I did on here, I made sure that the print orientation yielded maximum fidelity for the details. But it's 4 of the same one that you print. A little bit of glue in there. Let's sit that in. Having trouble building his own minis. It's a complicated mini, Steiner. And then this one locks right up in there. And there are little recesses, so you don't have to actually know how it sits in. Like, if you get it locked in to the grooves, that's where it's supposed to be. I did, yeah, the camera's on the other one. The V2 is the one that's under extruding right now that has yielded my kind of crappy pins, and until I'm able to take apart the print head, it's gonna be off camera. It's in the doghouse right now. Put another engine nozzle here.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
There we go. And it's even on camera. What do you know? Go ahead and put that turret on. And these have a little triangular key. Like every other piece, they kind of lock into place. So if everything fits together, you know you're doing it right. I'll put in this one remaining fin, and I'll print myself another fin later to make up for the one that I just broke. That slots down in there. Wipe the excess glue away. Now, the only two remaining pieces are these smaller rear engines that serve to fill out the flat hex base here in the back, and provide a little extra oomph for your mech lance lifting needs. And they are separate again because these print on their side in order to get the best round detail here. That goes like so. And that goes like so. I'll let that set. So now we got the rear section put together with turrets and fins and engines. We have the front section. I'm not gluing the front section because there's one part from the front section I still want to change out for a slightly different detailed version. It's really the last of the prototype pieces is this one in this build. And then we got our 4 mech bays.
Superglue are not approved safety gear for
it's true.
handling
They're
razor
not.
blades.
They're definitely not. Take your mech bays. Slide them down into place. Now you shouldn't have any problem with paint rubbing on these. There is space on the sides here, so if you put them down in carefully, you shouldn't be rubbing paint off of anything. Though if you do, it won't be that big a deal because all these surfaces are meant to be hidden anyway. You might not even bother painting them a lot of the time. Oop. Didn't set yet, and I grabbed it anyway. Here's the full-size Borealis, and I'm going to go ahead and lock some of these bays into place with their pins. Slides in like so. This one goes in here. And then locks shut. Do one more because I broke the other one just to prove that I could do it. Can't see anything in the shadow. There we go. This front part wants to slide off again. I'm not gluing that one in place because I'm replacing it with another one. You do want to make sure these seat all the way down, otherwise the pin won't go in. There it goes. And other than this one, which still wants to slide up because I broke the pin off, here's your Borealis. Alright, damn it. Alright, damn it. If that were glued in place, it wouldn't fall off. It's an important message. But, this is the full beast right here. How would this deal with scaling if I wanted to make it usable as sort of a dropship for 32mm stuff? It should deal with scaling just fine. If you scale everything by exactly the same percentages, like everything will fit exactly as it does now. I cannot think of any problem that scaling would introduce. And then the front fell off. Yeah, well, that happens if you don't actually attach it. But like I said, the piece that's on the printer now is a replacement for this front section because it has a few extra details on it. So I'm gonna toss this one in the trash and glue that other one on instead. But you got your weapons up here, you got your nose weapons, you got your rear weapons, your rear fins, and let's just go ahead and go over all the available hex spaces on here. Why the hell not, since we got it out here? Because let's see, you got a hex here, you got a hex here, you got a hex here, and here. I'll just do one side because it's mirrored, okay? So yeah, hex positions here. Again, this is the weakest of the hex positions. You kind of have to balance it a little bit if you want to stand on the nose. It's the only part of the ship that this is true on, and ultimately, all the solutions that I came up with to change this made the nose of the ship have a very different profile. So this was my sacrifice, was these two hexes, if you're balancing on the nose of the ship, are not perfect. But everything else... There's a hex there. There's a hex there. There's a hex there. And there's one there. And there. And even over here. Down the spine, there is at least one hex here where you have level 1 around you, so you can take cover from the sides. There is another one right here. 2 more here that you can balance in. And let me see, there's a hex here. Yeah. And technically... also, these rear hexes where you stand on the small engines also work. And then, then you fall on the ground. There's a hex there. That's what these cooling fins are actually a support structure. They were added because they made this hex more usable. So you can stand there, or here, or also up here. I'm very happy with this. I'm very happy with this. It's so exciting to have been working on this project for as long as I was, to see it all come together and to see it all work like this. Need a larger one for the big scale games. You just make more. You just make more, Lol Canoe. And yes, haven't mentioned it, and how very rude of me. It should be noted that this project would not exist at all were it not for the assistance of our mod, Project Dark Fox. Here, let me give you the angle. Can you... This is the angle that you did it from. The concept art for the Borealis dropship came from me going to Dark Fox and saying, hey man...
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
You're gonna get stuffed in a box, or you're gonna get an excellent piece of concept art. I gave him the stipulations that I wanted, the visual style that I wanted. I mentioned I'd like it to be as flat across the top in as many places as possible. Fed me some concept art, and I just went right to work putting this bad boy together. And here is the final result. I'm really happy with how the engines look at the end of it, after the bridge falls off. These engines, several people have noted, and it's not even a secret, very much inspired by the engine arrays from the movie Starship Troopers. I always thought that they were very, very cool on the Roger Young. And so these rear portions were very much inspired by that. Lunchbox, thank you so much for saying so. Put the bridge back on there. And yeah, then you land it. So the other thing, I don't have it printed out here, but there's a footprint that you can use that locks into... Here, let me support this, because this is going to fall out if I don't. 1, 2, 3. These points here, these triangles, these lock into the footprint. So if you're saying to yourself, well, I want to use this on a hex map, but lining up is going to be a pain in the ass, what you do is you put down the footprint, and then you go ahead and just lock this into those positions, and you line the hexes up with your board, and boom, it'll fit right in. And I aligned the hexes the way that I did because this way you're able to open all 4 doors and have 4 mechs in here and have them in legal positions walk out of their mech bays and right into the game. That looks pretty cool with all the doors open, doesn't it? I did catch the double stacked Easter eggs. I noticed that. The SST style of engine, yeah. I don't remember exactly what it said now. The SST Warden, I feel like it was. Nice. Nicely done. I know nothing about battle mechs, but that's neat. Reminds me of Dwarven Forge for D&D insofar as the detail and functionality. I like, when I design things, I'm basically making toys, if I'm being honest. Guys, I love toys, and I love play sets, and that's essentially what this is for Battletech. It's what I wanted every time I went looking for a dropship, and I never found it. And like almost everything that has been made under the title of Thunderhead Studio, this is born of... Like, we're selling it, yes. You can go buy physical copies of this, yes. You can buy STLs and print your own of this, yes. All that is true. But this isn't made because I wanted to sell it to you. This is made because I wanted one. That's the core of it. That is the ultimate truth. Let me go ahead and swap one of these bays out for the aerospace bay here. I've got more aerospace bays printing so that I can show you the carrier version of this. And the Borealis, the Lancaster Borealis, is going to have even more extensive aerospace support. So if you're running this as a proxy for the Aurora, each bay would support one aerospace asset. So you'd have 4 of these. And you'll note, too, that when you're using the other sections, I'm trying to make it so that they're tactically interesting. Specifically here, when you're using this other section, it fits into all the same hexes, the only difference being this hex, which is 1 level higher here, is 1 level lower here. So you can take cover from the side of the ship on top of the aerospace section. And this is something that I'm doing with the cargo sections too, is just making them vertically a little bit more interesting, tactically more interesting, so that even if you're playing a game and you're like, yeah, but I don't want to use like dropship rules and have to look all that shit up. That's fine. Just take this, put it on the table, use it as terrain. Get 2 of them, put them next to each other, say, we're fighting in a shipyard. And this is just a usable, useful piece of terrain, even if you don't want to go the extra mile. This is actually the first time I have had one completely assembled with the doors on, and I like it. I do. I like it a lot. Dark Fox, thank you so much for helping me get this done. Hey, what's up, Avash55? How you doing today, man? So that's the Aurora. I should have shown you these bays. You can see the detail inside these bays much. So I'm going to have pictures of the prime, because it's so hard to see it in flat black plastic. I'll have some pictures for you this week of at least with primer on it, so you can see all the little details, like on the inside, the little vertical drop door, and the grip rail there on the back. The sort of locking mechanism that attaches to the spine here. I can't wait to see it painted either, Bullos. I'm going to be doing that. I'm hoping to get one painted at least crappily this week. Even if it's not like a great paint job, I'll dry brush one up real quick. And that's one of the reasons that this is designed the way it is, honestly, is it should also be easy to paint. This should not require... You know what, WJ? That is the one thing I can't do right now. I do not have my clips set up on my Stream Deck, and my old macro board... You know what I'll do for you, though? I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to do it just jankily. I'm going to do it with my mouse. Here you go, just for you. And then one more for good measure. Alright, I will do a third. I love that piston fist so much. I really do. I gotta get my clip set up on my Stream Deck. That'll be done by next stream. I wanted to tell you guys also, I should go ahead and let you know, there probably won't be a stream Tuesday. And that's because my new Lumix, my Panasonic Lumix G7 mirrorless camera is coming in Tuesday. And over the course of tomorrow, I'm going to be ripping my desk and my streaming setup apart in order to integrate that. So Tuesday, everything's probably going to be torn apart, and we're probably going to be, either we'll have a stream on Wednesday, or we'll be pushing it through to Thursday. But we will be increasing the quality of the stream in that time. Dude, Robot Jocks needs to be remade. It's a solid concept. I've watched dumber movies in recent memory. I've paid good money to see dumber movies than that with, like, Tom Cruise in them, for fuck's sake. The least they could do is remake Robot Jocks. Will it still be painting? Possibly. Yeah, we could paint Thursday. We could paint Thursday. So the next time we do a gaming stream, we're going to be starting Dead Space 3 or playing Among Us. I don't know. I kind of want to keep the gaming streams a little bit more free-flowing. Painting is definitely the focus of the channel. So yeah, we'll do some painting Thursday. we'll do some painting, because I wanna show off the new camera and the new rig. Pacific Rim is a Robot Jox remake. I mean, it doesn't really have that much in common with it, if I'm being honest, but it does have this.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Right there. Just like that. Gary Graham as Tex. He's old enough now. Dude, I would love to see Gary Graham playing Tex. Maybe we could have him use fewer overt racial slurs. But, yeah, I'd love to see him in the role. Most remakes have little in common with the original. Well, that's not true, otherwise it wouldn't be a remake. It should have more in common than Pacific Rim does with Robot Jox. Alright, so, y'all have seen the Borealis dropship. I'm really, really happy with this. Again, this will be available for purchase both in physical and digital format from Steel Warrior Studios in the immediate future. Plan on seeing some more pictures of this. Plan on seeing some pictures of it this week with at least primer put down, if not paint, so you can get a feel for how that's going to look. Machine God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that subscription, my friend. 4 months. 4 good months, I hope. Let me get the box that this thing goes in. Hang on. She's a big old bitch. Okay, she doesn't actually fit in this box with the doors on. I need another box for the Borealis. Oh god, what have I done? Dark Fox, you should be proud, man. You did a fantastic job on that concept art. You made my job very easy. I had to apply very little of my very limited imagination. So that's one build down for the day. Yeah, larger bin needed, seriously. She thick? She got them engines? Shit. And yeah, that's worth noting, Flavolicious, the physical copies will be for sale at a discounted rate right off the bat. Flavolicious is pretty good with those sales. Whenever something new is coming out, always keep an eye out for the sale. And then anytime a holiday comes around. So I got that. We were talking about doing something fantasy on stream. And I'm going to be painting 2 fantasy models over the course of the next few weeks. One of them is going to be a blonde Carl Urban, which I just got. I'm very happy about this. Does it mean you're expanding from buildings to shipyards? It's interesting you should say that, WJ. It's interesting you should say that. So Flavolicious has a list of things for me to work on for continuing Trinity City for more Battletech terrain. We're going to have some more buildings coming out for basic Trinity City. I'm going to be going back and revisiting some of the older files to bring them in line with the quality of life features of the newer files. That said, I want to use my Borealis dropships for a spaceport board, and that is going to necessitate some more spaceport pieces. So, you know, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. That, and I've been watching a lot of Votoms and a lot of Fang of the Sun Dugram lately, and I'm so inspired by the architecture that they have in those old 80s animes. They have a lot of spaceports in them, and I love the spaceport architecture, and it all is just perfect for doing supportless printing. Wee buildings for Korea, Lao, Asian communities, other in-the-house territories. That could be done. Trinity Weed Farm, there you go. Yet, you know what, I'm just going to say, yes, spaceport pieces are very, very high on the list of things to be coming soon. So I'm going to be building Eomer today, and I'm going to be building something else. I don't know if Hethry is here. But I've been holding on to a model of his for some time, and I want to paint it. I'm going to be doing a couple of particularly difficult paint jobs here in the near future. One of the ones I've already told you about is going to be the 3 Vaders we're going to be painting. We have the basic Vader from the Star Wars Legion core set. We have the... oh, knocked my light over. We have the Vader Operative which is a slightly cooler sculpt. And then we have the recently acquired Star Wars Celebration exclusive limited edition super badass Vader that I'm going to be working on once I get the other two Vaders done. Those are going to be some paint jobs that I'm really going to sink some time and some effort into here on the stream. And then another one that I'm really going to try some new techniques out on that I'm going to be trying to build today is Sanguinius. This model's intense. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Data Nerd, I'm going to be painting them in order. I'm going to be painting sort of the least of the sculpts first, the corset sculpt, and then I'm going to be painting the operative version, and then I'm going to be painting, after I've become more comfortable with those, I'm going to paint the limited edition one. Because I only have one of those, and short of buying a recast, which I don't want to do, it's probably the only one I'm going to get. So I kind of want to practice on the other ones. Trinity City DMV, that's a good idea. Some civil authorities, right? Let's pull out Sanguinius and have a look at him before we dig into Eomer. Because this is a resin build, and Eomer is plastic. I think he'll be a little simpler. Now, to keep my new work surface nice... Get out of my face, fly! I'm going to be using one of these crappy little cutting boards so that I don't get any glue on my new work surface. I really just want paint on it. That was part of the problem with the other one, is that I had so many little globs of glue on it, it was becoming, like, rough and uneven. I'd like to keep that damage limited to these, if I can help it. I got my Sanguinius sitting here in parts ready to paint. You doing it in sub-assemblies, Rodan? Got a new wet palette. What kind of wet palette did you get? Ooh, foam. I love foam. Oh, God. Oh, little pieces. Okay. There's a leg. You have his head with ridiculous flowing locks right here. Alright. Oh, you know what's something I need to do? And maybe I'll go do it right now. I need to rinse these parts off. I didn't think of that before. But before I assemble them, I'm going to want to rinse these. So I think I'm going to go do that, and then I'll let that dry while I work on Eomer, and then we'll be able to do this build. I was just feeling them, and I'm like, they feel a little oily. Yeah, that's that mold release. That's that damn mold release. I don't want to go assembling these before I've at least tried to rinse that off. Crazy-ass staff. Okay. There are a couple little printing or not printing, but casting defects on these that are not my favorite. Like on both the sword and the staff, there's this little bit attached to the end there that I'm going to have to cut off. Welcome to Forge World 101. Yeah, for all the money they charge. Their sculpts are usually pretty nice, but they don't. They have their little issues. Damn, the detail on this armor. Look at the scale. Look at his boot. He's got this little bit of scale armor on his calf. The details are very, very fine. Sort of power armor ribbing across his butt there. Oof. There's going to be a little freehand involved in this, too. I'm going to count for all the pieces, then I'm going to go rinse them off real quick. Hand. Looks like a part for his wings. Double-barreled Inferno pistol. Shoulder pad. Sword, not spear. He has both. Oh, you want sword, not spear. Okay, yeah, no, I gotcha. I gotcha, so I'll leave the spear off. But you can see it's funny, they did the same thing with both. On the tip, there's just this little bit of extra casted something that's going to have to be cut off. I don't know why they do that. You want the sword, not spear, is what you're saying. And thank you, because I was going to have to ask. Don't give them the benefit of the doubt, Hathrir. They did it because they suck. Request for one of your future vids, how to paint welding markings on miniatures. Interesting. I don't know that I've specifically tried to do welds, though if I think weld, I would think you'd want to use, like, some blue in there, maybe a little bit of purple. Oh, these are his wings. Oh, lordy lord. These also have those funny little things on the tips. I'm going to have to do some cleanup on this. Well, I'm glad that I decided to devote a stream to building, because it's going to take a little bit of effort. I gotta say, though, Hathrir, having held this in my hands and having held the one that I printed for you off of Thingiverse in my hands, the one from Thingiverse is about as nice. The details aren't quite as fine, but it was also nearly free. And melt damage from hot beam weapons. Oh, I could definitely do that. Yeah, the one from Thingiverse is incredibly nice. Hethrir, if you've got that, like, assembled or anything like that, and I mean, you should post some pictures of it, man. I'd love to see it. Alright. I'm gonna go rinse these off real quick and get them set to drying. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna build Eomer, and hopefully by the time I'm done doing that, these should be dried. This should only take a minute. I'm going to use my new BRB button, but I'm also going to go ahead and put my music source on there so that it's not just silent, because I feel like that's weird and I forgot to do that before. Ladies and gents, I will be right back. no, no, not the clips. Not the clips, definitely not all the clips at once. Ooh, okay, we're back. That has all been rinsed off and is drying. And we'll go check on that in a few. Go ahead and take care of some excess moisture on my little cutting pad here. Yeah, that's why I got to do the clips on my Stream Deck, is because it has features where I won't have to do my that won't happen again once my Stream Deck is operational for my clips, because it has features where you can activate a source, have a delay, and then deactivate the source, and that way it doesn't pop up when you come back to the scene. Thank you very much for the reminder, Clan Wolf.
Now you will witness the entertainment power of this fully armed and operational Stream Deck.
That's not a very good Palpatine. I can't do Palpatine. I can do Obi-Wan decently. I'm not a big Palpatine guy. Who really can? It's just Ian McDiarmid. Nobody else even wants to try. Guys, the Stream Deck is crazy fucking cool. I'm barely scratching the surface of what it's capable of right now. I tripped over the cable on my way out and actually reset it, which was a little silly. But seriously, you guys, thank you so much for everything that you provided for the stream. You have made it possible for me to upgrade so many things already. I have a fantastic community. I'm like, I watch a lot of other streams. I do 1, 2, 3, 400 bits, all with the Corgo. Thank you so much, Roland. I really appreciate that, man. By the way, oh, there's a guide? It just tells me to rinse. That's all. This isn't like a useful guide. This is like something I would have gotten in the 90s. Alright, whatever, Forge World. I was hoping for something more specific to the figure. 500 biddies. So any bits that come to me for the rest of the year, really, I think is what we're gonna do, unless it gets crazy. And any donations that come in up to that $500 mark that you see up at the donation bar at the top of the stream are all going to be going to our mod Cat Ion to help pay for a surgery for her lovely pupper. Y'all have just been so incredibly generous to me. I don't feel like I can reasonably take more donations for toys. For, you know, at least as long as it's taken for my decency to reset. Yeah, Kat has that kind of attitude that sometimes makes it hard to donate to her, which is kind of why I'm doing it. She's, you know, she doesn't like to accept the help, but the fact is I want to help her as much as I am able. For Cat Dog, yeah, I mean that's accurate. It is in fact Cat Dog. Let's do some work on Eomer here. Let's see how he's doing. This is the new Eomer Marshal of the Rittermark model. I have the old metal one that I painted a while ago. But this one is so much nicer. So much nicer. And it's, you know, not a metal model balancing on a plastic horse that's connected to a base by one single fucking foot, too. The help is indeed for the doggo, not the human. It's nice to have an Eomer that isn't going to be riding a generic horse, but rather a horse that's made for him. Holy crap, there are a lot of pieces. Get out of here, fly. Ooh, okay. It looks like we have some optional pieces, too. So yeah, we've got two versions. We've got him on horseback and him on foot. And then there are options for him wearing his helmet or holding his helmet. I'm thinking that we're going to go with the spear and the helmet on horseback. And then on foot, I kind of want to have him helmetless. That's what I did with Theoden also. I put his helmet on his base in that case. So yeah, I'm thinking helmetless with sword and shield and then put the helmet on the base. Because that'll give me a chance to try my damnedest to make the model look like Karl Urban, which isn't going to work, but I'm going to try to do it anyway. Yeah, we could put a little dread helmet on him. You know, that would be a good look. Total hip replacement. Yeah, we need to, and I hope that we're able to help you with that, Cat. I really do. Well, Coral, thank you very much for the reminder. I've got some little 28mm scale dread helmets around here someplace. What did I use them on? Hang on. So they're not strictly dread helmets. They don't have the little X, but you can tell they're very similar. Hang on, let me get him close and get a little bit of focus so you can see him. These are contractor engineers from get away from me. From Maelstrom's Edge, with alternate heads that I put on them. Which are from Puppets War, I believe. But they're clearly meant to be like Judge's helmets. Minus the X across the eyes. God, I did those guys a while ago. Yeah, be careful. Be careful with that painted ogre. He'll literally just, like, pop out of a closet. I'll go to open my drawer to pull out my my flush cutters, and Cyber Knight will just be like, boop! Somebody say magnets? He'll fit in there, too, because Cyber Knight is, in fact, really just a small dog. Okie dokie. Let's do some clipping. I haven't built anything off a sprue in a while. I'm so used to doing resin prints. This is one of the first models I've purchased in a surprisingly long time. I should consult the instructions, because there are a lot of tiny pieces and they all go together very, very specifically. So let's start at the beginning, shall we? Pieces 1 and 2 start at the beginning of the number bit as well? Okay. For as complex as these models from Games Workshop have gotten, I do appreciate their extensive assembly guides, if I can find 1 and 2. Okay, that's his body with his leg. Oh, number 1 right there. So how are you guys doing? How are things? I'm just sitting here, you know? Not really doing anything. I'm definitely not clipping things out of a sprue. Just I think I will now, you know, now that I feel like picking this up. Yeah. That's one way to separate. Thankfully, it's a little bit tougher than that. I'm excited about painting this one because I did the new Theoden earlier this year, and that was kind of some of the last Lord of the Rings that I did. Where is Theoden? I feel like my Theoden model's out in my game room right now, or I would show him. I was really pretty happy with how Theoden came out. Very, very nice model. Does anyone know what the name of Eomer's horse is? Because I know that Theoden's horse is named Snowmane, but I can't remember if Eomer's horse had a name. I'm almost certain that it did, but I can't remember what it is. Where's piece 2? Why can't I find piece 2? Why isn't it next to piece 1? What's wrong with you people? It's an arm. Ooh! Puck Duncher. 7 months. Says Puck Duncher by way of subscription. Thank you so much, Puck Duncher, for that. Firefoot. Thank you. I knew that it had a name. I knew it had a name. Hold up. Is this a joke? Is this a funny? Guys, I think there's a funny here. How many of you guys... Okay. I wonder if I'm reading too much into this. But this is pretty funny if so. It's like a little Easter egg reference, I think. Maybe. Okay, so this is the start of building Eomer, and here you can see his scabbard where his sword would be, though notably his sword is absent from it. Now, there is a piece where you can have his sword in his hand, but it's optional, and it looks like there are at least 2 pieces where you can have his spear in his hand instead. And the reason I say that this is an Easter egg, I don't know how many times you guys have watched the Lord of the Rings movies. But there's a scene when the 3 hunters, when Gimli and Aragorn and Legolas encounter Eomer riding with the Rohirrim out across the Riddermark, leaving... What's the name of the damn city? Castle's Medicel. The city is... the Brohirrim. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, so there's a shot where, at the end, when he calls over 2 horses and he gives them to the 3 hunters, and he says, "Do not trust hope, for it has forsaken these lands." And then he goes to ride away, and if you look, you can see his sword fall out of its scabbard. Like, as he goes by the camera, you can see his sword fall out of his scabbard to the ground. It's pretty funny. It's just a mistake that happened in filming, and they just kind of left it. I feel like this has to be a reference to that. If it's not a reference to it, then it's just ironic. But I think it's pretty funny. Put a sword on the base. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Is there more than one sword, or is there just one sword arm? No, there's more than one sword. There are 2 sword arms. I could do that. I could put one of these swords on the... In fact, yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to put one of these swords on the ground next to the horse, like it fell out of his scabbard. That's a brilliant idea. It's a funny scene. Next time you watch the movie, look for it. You can see his sword fall the fuck out of his scabbard as he rides off. Well, you really got to look for it too, Samare. Like, I don't think it was a big enough deal for them to fret over. Well, let's go ahead and do a little bit of mold line removal while it's easy. Or watch the scene on YouTube. You with your internet's instant gratification, millennials and such. I have a better idea. Go watch the entire extended version of The Lord of the Rings right now. Go. Do it. Do it. Do it. You won't. I see your friend the Fly. Yeah, we're really getting along. Me and the Fly. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for the lurk, man. You have a good sleepy sleep. Just wants to see what I'm doing. He just wants to be a part of the Brohirrim.
Look at me. I'm a streamer too.
The mold lines really aren't bad on this. Most of them are along parts where you don't see it. Friends. Yeah, there are several of them. And also zzz, 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 zzz. I haven't watched The Fifth Element in a while. Thunder's got a clan of flies. Yeah, I also, like, we haven't had much of a problem. So this year's been a weird year for bugs. We had a Miller Moth season that was like the fucking apocalypse. Like, I've been out to this piece of property get more than just chat raids going on today. I hope not. I've been out to this property numerous times over the course of my life, and I've been here for a number of Miller seasons, and I have never seen a Miller season like the one we had this year. It was crazy. You just had to get used to the idea that there were going to be 10 moths in the room at the same time as you, just any given time. Yeah, the Millers were absolutely horrible. It was ridiculous. We still got a couple milling around, because they're Millers. I hate those stupid, ugly, disgusting things. Anyway, that was pretty bad. We have had a really good summer as far as flies go, but for whatever reason, this last week, their population has just exploded. And I don't know what's triggering it exactly. The mold lines are actually really well concealed on this. There are very few that I feel the need to remove. A little bit of a connection point here I want to kind of remove. Alright, let's do some glue. Mid-fall. So, my thinking is I want to put it on the base just because both of the swords have his hand on them, so I'm going to have to trim his hand off, and if it's on the ground, then I'll be able to put, like, a tuft over the handle so you won't see how it's poorly trimmed. The alternative is I could have the sword falling, and I could have the hilt contacting the base, and then I could cover up the place where the hand was. Though that's not a bad idea. Like, it's actually falling out of his scabbard. It's silly. It's silly, but I like it. Jesus, that is lucky some air. Anyone have any recommendations on sculpting software? I've been thinking I wanted to learn to do some of my own 3D sculpts. Oh man. Oh man, Bulldozer. So, I know that nobody wants to hear this when they get started, but Blender. It's obtuse, and it's frustrating, and it's confusing. But there are a lot of really, really good online tutorials on, like, YouTube, and it's an incredibly powerful piece of software. There's just there's no way around how good it is for how incredibly free it is. I strongly recommend Blender. I use Fusion 360 with a startup license for a lot of my more CAD, hard surface modeling purposes, and I'm currently learning Blender for my soft surface modeling. I need a pin. There we go. Blender is free. Blender is free, Bulldozer. It's not the most user-friendly. It's not as easy to get into as, like, ZBrush, but ZBrush costs a few $100s a year, whereas Blender costs nothing. You can find paid tutorials / classes, and you can also find free tutorials on YouTube. The ones on YouTube are actually pretty good. If you just take the time and kind of dig through it, and know that... What do they call it? It's like the 70-20, 80-20 ratio. That is to the effect of, oh, we have a $25 donation going to that doggo hip surgery. Thank you so much for that, Gear Falcon. It means a lot. I think it's 80-20, but it's like 80% of people will use 20% of the features. So when you get into Blender and you're overwhelmed by the sheer number of things that exist in the software, by the sheer number of things you can do, know that what you're really going to be learning is the 20% of features you're actually going to use. The rest of it you're never going to touch. It's just learning to see past the shit that you don't need. And like I said, there are some good free and paid online classes for that. I'm just making sure I know where this lines up. Okay, right along that seam. The Thunder Skunks. Yeah, we had that fun time with the skunk earlier this year. God. Is it just me, or has this year been like the longest decade of my life? It seems like 2020 has just gone on forever. I am using plastic cement, by the way. It has been a weird one, right? I only started streaming in January, and it seems like I've been doing it forever and ever. But I'll tell you, the stream has been the best part of this year for me. You guys have made this an absolute play. Do you have any idea how, like, profoundly depressed I would be right now without this stream? And I know that sounds probably kind of sad, but I mean, it's just true. being able to interact with you guys, being able to meme with y'all, to play games with y'all, to share my progress with y'all, to be a part of your progress, to watch your projects come along, to have you share them with me. It has been just immense. Absolutely immense. And it has done wonders for my mental health. Alright, we have glued 2 pieces together. That is 1 and 2. Let me see. This is on foot, and on foot I want his sword being held. Yeah. Shield and sword, and then I'm going to put his helmet on the ground. 5 and 6 are his shield arm. Okay. Here's 6. I'm glad that you've got something out of it, Datron Voltari. You guys have been... I don't want to turn the stream into me going over and over again, you guys are amazing, you guys are amazing, but really, it means, it has meant so much to me, and it continues to mean so much to me, that you guys want to be here, that you want to hang out, that you want to contribute, and, it's been weird, because so many things have gone right for me this year, while so many things have gone wrong for, you know, existence in the world. But I guess literally all of existence's bad fortune is my good fortune? I'm not sure exactly what that means. My walls have a... What the fuck? Cat, what are you talking about? What? What? Installed wall mounts for your lights. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. He has 2 sword arm poses. What are they? Oh, one's overhead because that would be if he was riding, and then one is down at his side. I think for on foot, down at his side kind of makes the most sense. And then I will use the other one to have it falling out of his scabbard. Eomer has such ornate armor, it is going to be fun to paint. You know, it's important to look for those silver linings, Bulldozer. It really is. Particularly in a year like 2020, man, be thankful for the good things in life, you know? Well, that's awesome. By the way, folks, if you're in this stream and you have not given our mod, Cat Ion, a follow, you really should. She does her own gaming stream that is just a hoot to watch. She's an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Dark Fox. Thank you for that.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
It's true. And it is worth noting. It is worth noting that we will be doing the Storm Report tonight. We have a couple of new people in the chat, so I'm going to take this opportunity to go ahead and mention it again. The Storm Report is a pretty cool thing we do just about every stream. It is an art share segment, and it is your chance to get some of your creativity right here on the stream. I'm a big believer that to be a creative, you need to consume creativity, and that's kind of what we do every single stream. We take a little bit of time, we look at what everybody's working on, and we contemplate it a little bit. We might give some tips, we might give some tricks, we might give our thoughts. If you're looking for some feedback, we can definitely give that. If you're just looking to share, we are happy to be shared with. If you're new to the stream, I would absolutely love it if you felt like participating, but don't feel pressured. It doesn't just have to be miniatures that you've painted. It can really be anything creative that you've done. We've got people who do cross-stitch, we've got people who do photography, we've got people who do woodworking. Anything creative that you've poured some of your effort into recently that you feel like sharing, we would love to see. Absolutely love to see. And it's so easy to participate. All you have to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel marked hashtag the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures there. And you can go ahead and give us a little caption, let us know what we're looking at, or ask for advice if that's what you're posting for. I would love to see some of your work. We have some incredibly talented artists here. And we have a lot of growing artists here. We have had a number of people who started posting the Storm Report earlier this year, who we've been able to give advice to and sort of watch grow as painters over the months. It has been just so inspirational. Just so inspirational, you guys. And if you're curious where you can get into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, oh, there it is. All you have to do is hit !point Discord, or go to the button down there below the stream window, and you too will be one of the Storm Chasers. Rio has submitted some of the damn coolest independent artwork we've had on the stream. But yeah, for some reason, you know, we as artists love to rip ourselves apart and self-deprecate, and we try to discourage that here. We really do. Thank you for that, Cat. Yeah, let's get a shout out for Thunderhead Studio. That guy's pretty cool. Alright, how does this fit? Wait, is this the wrong shield? I think this might be the wrong shield. This one looks like it goes on the horse. I'll clip out the other one. I'll use both of them, it's no big deal. Yeah, this is the one that goes on his arm. Whoopsies. I think Rio's just being sassy. Ever since Rio did that armored avocado, we've all known the truth. But I mean, really, guys, the Storm Report is... it's more than just a bit. It's one of my favorite parts of the stream. And I understand... for some of us, sharing... damn it. The Fly wants to be on the Storm Report, I'll tell you that much. For a lot of us, like, sharing your stuff comes naturally to some people. Putting yourself out there and sharing your artwork with other people to get feedback and recognition, it comes very naturally to some people. Some people have no issue with self-promotion. Most people are not naturally very good at it. And if that describes you, if you're like one of those people who, I don't really want to post my stuff, I don't want to make a big deal, I don't really want to have an Instagram, I'm just doing it for fun. I'll tell you what, shut the hell up and post to the Storm Report, because you deserve some recognition for the work that you're doing. And it will be a help to you. It will be a help to you to share it with people, not just to get recognition for what you've done, but also just to get an outside perspective on what you've done. There might be something obvious that you're just not quite putting together that will push your work to the next level, and maybe all it takes is somebody looking at it and going, why aren't you doing this thing? That could be the next step that you need to take. So if you're thinking about it at all, please post something. I would love to see your work. I'd love to see your work. I'd love to see everybody's work. We have so many creative, talented people here on this stream. It's kind of out of control. Alright, looking for piece 3.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
So always important to remember.
The only rule is...
please don't show me your genitals. That's the one thing.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me. It's not allowed. That is the one thing we do not permit, is you using the Storm Report to promote your junk. And I'm sorry. Some of you out there might be thinking, but Thunderhead, my junk is artistic and gorgeous. You should be honored. You should be honored to have it shared with you. And that may be true, but, you know, Twitch terms of service are a little funny about stuff like that, so please don't do it. I don't know, I guess they have an issue with having their service turning into just softcore pornography. Though you wouldn't notice from some of the late night streams. You might not guess based on the content of some of them. I'm not even going to acknowledge that, Hethrir. We've been over this, okay? You like bad things, but that's okay too. We accept all kinds. All kinds here at Thunderhit Studio. Alright, so it looks like his arms go on before the front part of his bode. Jesus, they really divide these into so many tiny pieces now. They're good poses, just... oof. I like how the seams overlap so they're not really visible on the final model, though. They're great models, these single posers. I like you, case proven, cause you're awful. Oh, he's so funny! He's so funny, you guys. If you haven't checked out Hethrir's comedy channel, definitely do that. He's got the jokes for days. Old man tries to put miniatures together, yells at Cloud, "Damn you! I just want to paint my token models! Why, all these newfangled bits and bobs and greeblies and grobblies!" Could we get a shout out? Form a man, Chaotic Harmony. If anybody does not know who this guy is, the funny thing is, you kind of do, because you know that ridiculous voice that keeps interrupting me all throughout the stream and heckling me? That's him. It's that guy. That's Chaotic Harmony. Just so's you know. But definitely go check out his stream. He plays a lot of MechWarrior Online and does a few painting streams here and there. The guy is damned entertaining. And he's been a huge help to me getting started streaming.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I'm not even
like
painting.
We're trying to get inside the lines.
I'm not even
or
painting.
anything.
I might be glorbing a little bit of glue. Oh god, wait. Did I do it wrong? No, okay. As long as the shoulder fits together right and the elbows lined up, I'm happy. Now the front half of his body can go on. Let that set for a second, clean up some old lines. Yeah, Chaotic Harmony also is in the latest Battletech Advanced 3062 mod for Harebrained Schemes Battletech, if you're familiar with the game. If you download that mod, there is a character for Chaotic Harmony, voiced by him, no less. Joining the ranks of such illustrious voice actors as... It's Toufé, isn't it? Elias Toufé? I've been pronouncing his name wrong, like, forever because it's French. Battletech Advanced 3062. Which, by the way, if you haven't played the Battletech Harebrained Schemes Battletech game, what happened to you? What's wrong? What went wrong with you, my friend? Because that game is fucking amazing, and if you haven't played it by now, oh my god. Dig into it, download some mods, it's fucking incredible. We're living in a golden age of Battletech. Which is ironic, because Battletech is filled with dark ages and post-war fucking apocalypses. Oh, you're in Rogue Tech as well? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's a voice pack. They could use them, across a few different mods. Rogue Tech is a bit much for me. I've tried Rogue Tech, and it's like... I understand that they were inserting a lot of the granularity you get in the tabletop game, but if I'm being honest, I ignore a lot of that granularity in the tabletop game. So when you put it into that game, I'm like, I'm just gonna go play XCOM 2 for a while. Yes, the turn-based game. There. It's gonna work, you know? Oof, this is such a detailed mini. Alright, go around and run a little bead of plastic cement here. Really, you didn't like it, Gear Falcon. Now, I loved it, but I admit I'm curious as to what you didn't like about it. I'm not asking because I'm going to go on a crusade to prove you wrong or convince you that you like something you don't like. I just genuinely would like to know what about it rubbed you the wrong way. Because it's one of those games where, like, for me, it's like one of those perfect games where I have so very little to complain about that I'm curious what other people... what turns somebody else off of it. Didn't understand how things worked. So you say it was just a bit too complicated? A bit too complex, maybe not presented very well for you? It can be a little obtuse at first, but once you get the hang of it, it flows pretty smoothly. It's really not very complex. I'll tell you, once you install Rogue Tech, then you know what complex means. Oh my god. Well, we've got Eomer's body put together so far. What's up next? Now we stick down a head. In this case, number 11. I'm hoping that there is a version of his head that is just the helmet, but that might not be the case. Either way, I know that I want him bareheaded for this pose. Wow, Datron, that's impressive. I wish I had that kind of big dick fly slapping energy, man. Now, for those of you who've been following the stream for a while, or even those of you who haven't, you can look back in my clips. I did catch a fly in my hand, live, on stream. I did it. It fucking happened. There's video evidence. You can go look at it. My fingernails have officially just reached the I need to clip them phase. I've got really, really strong fingernails, you guys, which is why I'll grow them out to about this length. Because at this length, my fingernails are capable of, like, busting through tape and opening boxes. They're really, really tough. But yeah, they're kind of getting in my way a little bit now. They need to go. They're useful tools when you don't have a pocket knife. Just checking for mold lines. Now do it with chopsticks. Man who can catch a fly with chopsticks can do anything. I am not that man. That seats down real nice and easy, just like so. Okay. Nope. Get off his head, debris. Don't glue down. There we go. Helmetless Eomer. I'm going to use a little dab of super glue to attach him to his base, because I'm going to pop him loose later after he's done painting. I like the scale that they have for the Middle-earth strategy battle game. It's not heroic scale like 40k. The heads and hands are not of an exaggerated scale to make them more visible. It's a very realistic 28mm scale. I'm just going to hold his foot down for a second here. So I want to put his helmet on the ground. It's going to take a little bit of trimming because it looks like the cheek plates for the helmet are attached to his face. So I need to kind of dig his face out of his helmet and then attach the upper half to it. But yes, I want to put his helmet on the ground in front of him, WJ. That's what I did with Theoden. On horse, he has his helmet on, and then on foot, he has his helmet at his feet. It's a damn nice-looking Eomer model. I have a Dremel. I have a little Dremel stylus right over here. I have like 3 Dremels. Guys, Dremels are amazing tools. I don't talk about them like on stream ever, because I've done... I used to do a lot of modding of figures, but like I said, this is one of the first times I've purchased a figure on a sprue in months. I've just been 3D printing, and with 3D printing, like, I don't bother Dremeling things out. I'm like, this didn't work, throw it away and print one that does. Eomer losing his stuff all over the place. He's got a bad case of the Butterfingers.
How much blood would you shed?
Alright, let's build Eomer on horseback. 12 and 13, the 2 halves of Firefoot.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy.
It is.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
Peener jokes. Caddick, I'm gonna have to throw you some new ideas for some voice lines I'd like to integrate, man. Ours are getting a little stale. A little stale. Been using them for a while. This horse is gonna want a little bit of green stuff, I think. Seasonal voice lines? That's not a bad idea. Do you think we could get some spooky voice lines, Chaotic, for Halloweeny? We can get some Thanksgiving-themed voice clips, you know? One that's just Chaotic Harmony, like drinking a glass full of gravy, but with a microphone. He who controls the pumpkin spice. Just start with these 2. Clean up on this shouldn't be bad, but there is one connection point right on the main here that I want to give some attention to. I'm kind of cutting and removing a wedge out of the connection point here to blend it in with the flow of the hair. So y'all playing any of that there Star Wars Squadrons? I've been enjoying the hell out of that for the last few days. Peter Lorre. I'd probably have a better chance of doing an impersonation of Peter Lorre than Vincent Price or Christopher Lee. No, Johnny. Not the hard way. A brutal Y-wing build. So I think that bombers are probably going to see a little bit of a change. I've noticed a lot of people using bombers as duelists that are you pump up the armor and you route all your... It's a great movie, man, Rofasal. I'm glad you knew what that was from. You put all your power into forward shields. You take all the upgrades that boost your hull. You take that super high damage Gatling laser weapon that the bomber has, and then you just fly into people's fucking faces. Just fly right through them. Like, fuck subtlety. I don't know that that's going to necessarily change. It's just probably something that needs to be addressed or maybe tweaked. I know that mines are almost certainly going to be addressed, because right now homing mines are just stupid. The number of kills, the fact that I have a lot of kills with homing mines should tell you that they're just stupid right now. Their armor, I think, is too high on the bombers, because I've watched TIE bombers just face tank multiple X-Wings, and there'd be nothing that the X-Wings could do about it. Figure I'll give it a week or so to make sure things are stable before I drop cash. Then I want to try it in VR, but I'm very susceptible to VR-induced vertigo. I've been having a great time in VR. Datron Voltari. I actually streamed a little bit of Star Wars Squadrons in VR last night, if you want to go back and watch the VOD. And it actually worked really well, I think. It's a blast, though. I'll tell you, you wind up wanting to fly Rebel fighters in VR, though. Just because TIE cockpits and their viewports are tiny. TIE viewports are a pain in VR, whereas Rebel viewports on the X-Wing and A-Wing are, like, really, really nice. Really, really nice. Yeah, I've got a HOTAS set up. Kathreer. I have an X-52 Pro. Stick and throttle. I need to adjust my settings on it and set some of my acceleration curves to get more accurate. It's a lot of fun. The game is really well done. I think that if they continue to update it, it's going to be really, really great. Like, I have surprisingly few complaints about it. And what complaints I have, I feel like are mostly I need to get better at the game. It's very rewarding to high-skill players. There are a good number, even just with the basic ships that they released on launch and the basic upgrades, there are still a good number of builds you can try. Different weapons and hull platings and cosmetics, and I think it's... Like, you know I don't like Electronic Arts. You know that I will take almost any opportunity I can get to point out that Electronic Arts is the fucking devil and has single-handedly ruined multiple gaming franchises that I truly loved and grew up with. Like, I really hate them as a company. They've done a pretty good job with Squadrons. Thunderhead loves his joystick, probably because it reminds him of his wiener. I'm Chaotic Harmony. Tune in for more. Did I do that right? Was that about spot on? What do you think, chat? You've listened to his voice. It is Gear Falcon. Hey now, save it for the Storm Report, Chaotic. By the way, I'm going to blame that name on you if anybody asks. And they're like, I don't know, Chaotic just chose that name for the guy. I had nothing to do with it. And across his flanks, no. Yeah, a little bit on the inside of the leg there. A little bit here. All in all, pretty good. Eerily accurate. See, I know what you mean, Gear Falcon. I know what you mean. I wouldn't even blame you for just taking a hard line against buying anything from EA, because they fucking suck as a company. I'm not even going to argue with that. I'll just tell you that even as somebody who hates EA, all I wanted out of Star Wars Squadrons was for someone to take X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, update it with a few modern game mechanics, make it a little bit shinier, and feed it to me with VR integration, and they've done that. They've done that. It reminds me of the good old days playing X-Wing versus TIE Fighter with a few extra updates. I'm going to try doing VR with instruments only tonight, I think, because the instruments in the cockpit are actually, they've all been mapped to do semi-useful things. I'm not going to defend EA. That is one thing I will never do. I will never say, yeah, but EA might have done okay with them. I'll just say, they've done a good job with Squadrons so far. You're not going to find me complaining about it. I need to use a little bit of green stuff there. He's got a divot on his rump. But credit where credit is due, I have been enjoying the shit out of Star Wars Squadrons. I think it has a lot of potential. But you're not going to lose anything by waiting a little while to see how support for it goes, you know? See how popular it gets. See if there are any major glitches that pop up. Any bugs that go unfixed, and wait to see what their expansion potential is. Because they definitely kind of dropped Battlefront 2 like a sack of shit. It's not unreasonable to think they might do the same thing with Star Wars Squadrons. I'm hoping if it's popular enough, they won't. If there's one thing EA understands, it's money. Gear Falcon, if you get it, you will have people to play with. There are a number of people in the Discord who play, including myself and Alaric Kerensky. Thunderhead now sponsored by EA. Donate 500 bits to unlock the Thunderhead loot box. What's inside? Who knows? Is it a dried piece of dog poop? Is it a Borealis dropship? We'll find out together. All my streams are going to be loot boxes from now on, by the way. It's just going to be a big screen with a question mark, and you donate 500 bits, and then it opens up, and you're allowed in. And you don't know how good it's going to be. Maybe it'll just be me picking my nose for like 4 hours. You know? You fucking with me, Fly? Yeah, so far there are no microtransactions. So far in Star Wars Squadrons, there are no microtransactions that I've seen. Everything that you unlock in the game, like cosmetics, is all done with currency that you earn in the game by playing the game. And all of the weapon upgrades for the ships, so far, are all side grades. Like, there's basic laser cannons for the TIE Fighter and X-Wing, and then there's an auto-aim one that doesn't do a lot of damage, but it hits more regularly. There are charge burst damage versions. There are long-range versions that don't have as much sustained firepower. Like, none of the guns are really just better, with the exception of maybe that Gatling laser that's on the TIE Bomber. That thing's a little crazy. And everything's balanced real well. Like, TIE Interceptors are so fast. They're so fast, and they are so hard to nail down, it's kind of crazy. They're also armor-plated with tissue paper. Like, they just come apart if you can draw a bead on them, which is kind of fucking hilarious. A-Wings are not as fast, but they also can overcharge their... And they implemented a really cool power management system, too, that I have a lot of fun with. It's very interactive. You can cycle your power to shields, weapons, and engines. And you get different bonuses based on how charged up each one. Like, if your power is all shunted to engines, then you can do boost maneuvers and drifting. If your power is in weapons, you get a damage bonus. If it's in shields, you can actually overcharge your shields, and then you can focus your shields to your forward or rear deflector screens based on what's going on. And like I said, it's actually it creates a remarkably, oh my god, Fly, interactive gameplay. You really feel like you're flying the ship while still being the gameplay itself being like a fairly accessible arcade style flight sim. It strikes a good balance point for me, because there's definitely a point at which a game is so simple that it's just an arcade point-and-click shooter, and I'm like, nah. And then there is a point of complexity where I'm like, I don't want to do all this. Like, I don't... Like, Elite Dangerous only works for me because it's mostly single-player and I'm dealing with, like, AI and shit. But if I'm just fighting other players, like, I don't want to have to worry about if my landing gear is down. I don't want to have to pay attention to every little pip of power all the damn time. If it's integrated well and it's integrated smoothly and it gives me benefits to the point where I actually want to do it, I become more interested. And Squadrons has really struck that balance for me. There, we have Firefoot put together. Nice, he has 2 connection points. Excellent, I'm glad to see that. I'm just going to slot him down into them. I'm going to keep him and Eomer separate, because I'm going to paint them separate and then attach them, I think. It's just going to make Firefoot much easier to paint. Does the game have the B-Wing? Not yet. So, yeah, for the Empire, you have TIE Fighters, TIE Interceptors, TIE Bombers, and then the TIE Reaper as a support ship. Every faction both factions right now have a standard fighter, an interceptor, a bomber, and a support ship. But there's a lot of room for expansion. I would think that we're going to see TIE Defenders and B-Wings before too long. So if I get it, you would play online with me, or do I have to donate bits? You have to donate bits, and then you have to open a Thunderhead loot box. And in the Thunderhead loot box, you could potentially win an hour of gameplay with Thunderhead himself. It is. I'm drinking Coca-Cola. I needed some sugar. My blood sugar is very low right now. I've been cleaning a damn cellar, and I've got to paint the thing tomorrow. Ugh. I've been inhaling like mouse mummy dust for 2 days. Alright, what's up next? Looks like 15-16. That's the best pack, Chaotic Harmony. I love it when people win that special pack and then redeem it over and over again. Well, that's not true. That depends entirely on who wins it, if I'm being honest. Yeah, you're not wrong, Kat. You're not wrong. It was a bit rough. We can buy some Thunder Time. You have to win access to the OnlyFans, though. I don't just let anybody in. B-Wing is my second favorite ship after the Y-Wing, so if it shows up, I'm going to let EA crawl back into my wallet. I'll tell you, the Y-Wing's a lot of fun, too. And there are 2 game modes right now. There's Dogfight, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's 2 squads of 5 fighting each other, and actually is a lot of fun. And then there is Fleet Battle, which is it's a MOBA. It is effectively a MOBA. Holy monkey shit! 3,000 bits coming in from Gear Falcon. Gonna roll those right over into the donation goal. Gear Falcon, thank you so much for that. That gets you halfway to a crystal key that will unlock an epic Thunderhead loot box. That's how it works, right? There's so much room to expand. Like, B-Wings are just a matter of time. I'm guessing that the first 2 expansion ships are going to be like maybe TIE Defenders and E-Wings, and then like what's the TIE I'm thinking of? What's the TIE that had the rear turret on it? It was in like X-Wing vs TIE Fighter. Now I can't remember the name of it. Shit. TIE Avenger. I would love to see the TIE Avenger and the B-Wing release right alongside each other after the TIE Defender and the E-Wing. It does, yeah, you can get it on Steam. The VR integration is excellent in my opinion. The cutscenes are all 2D and it pulls you out of it, but I mean, like, the in-cockpit VR is so much fun and so pretty. So pretty. The way the light plays on the inside of the cockpit, like you're in a TIE fighter and you fire your laser cannons and the green light flashes up across everything in the cockpit. Like, it's amazing looking. Yeah, I'd love to see the prequel Starfighters. The one thing that gives me pause for the prequel Starfighters is how are the droid ones gonna look inside? Because the droid fighters don't have cockpits. The droid fighters are just droids that fly and shoot. So I don't know how they're going to do that, you know? I don't have any really good ideas either. Do know, if you buy the game on Steam, you still need to have Origin open still. So Agu Saku, yeah, so you have they do have Origin integration. In my experience, so there's a version of Origin now that runs in the background. You do have to download it. It does have to be on your computer. You do have to log into Origin. Yes, that fucking sucks. I'm not going to deny that. And if you don't want to touch Origin, then, you know, avoid all EA games. That's just kind of how it is. Now, that said, there is a version of Origin now that just runs in the background. It doesn't really have to open itself up. So when I'm running through Steam, it effectively is just I click play and it runs through Steam VR. It's not like it has to open a whole new window on top of it. Looking at the droid's face, yeah, you'll just be like in space, looking around, you know? That said, I want to play as a Vulture droid. I want to play as a Vulture droid that can transition between walker mode and fighter mode. It won't be called Origin much. Are they renaming it, really? They're gonna call it just like EA, fuck you. That's going to be the name of it from now on. EA, suck it. That's their new service. EA, what the fuck are you going to do about it? EA, fuck you. You'll pay us money to use it. These are all great names. EA no loop. EA is a you know, I don't like EA. I don't like what they've done to a lot of franchises, but here's the thing about EA. They are predictable at the very least. Because they're not actually evil. They just love money. And if what they're doing makes them money, they'll keep doing it. I find that maybe a little comforting. You can always rely on them to do the thing that moneys them the most. So, you know, I believe in voting with my wallet, and if EA wants to make games like Star Wars Squadrons, and they're putting the effort into it that they have so far, I'll money them. I'll money them a bit. It does have a pretty decent single-player campaign. I'm only a little ways into it, but it's fun. And it gives you the opportunity to actually learn the game playing as both Rebel and Imperial ships. Just as long as you don't expect EA to give a shit about you as a player, then you'll never be too disappointed, because they don't, they won't, they never will. Got it, but still wary. That is completely... You know, I was right there. I was right there with you, Gear Falcon. And so far, I have not regretted my purchase. I played right up until the 2-hour mark on Steam, because I do that with all new games. I get a game on Steam, I play it under the 2-hour mark to be sure that I don't want to refund it, and I give myself a chance to do that. I got right up to the 2-hour mark, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm jumping into another game. I've been playing with Alaric Kerensky. I've been playing with Play and Win and a couple of my buddies from back in San Antonio. I'd love to get some more games going on the Thunderhead Studio Discord as more people pick it up. I am going to be playing quite a lot of it, I think. I'm probably going to be on it later tonight. I might even stream some of it later tonight. I don't know. I've been enjoying the VR streaming. It's actually a lot of fun. I'm not going to promise you that I will. Those are going to be impromptu streams. They're going to happen or they're not. Aw, thank you, Gear Falcon. Yeah, Thunder is a really cool first name. I got to give you that. This is Model Master Liquid Cement, but it's Tester's it's the same thing as Tester's Plastic Glue. Yeah, man, bro. Alright, what's up next? That was 1516. Now it wants me to put that on the horse, and it would go on Firefoot like so. But I think I'm going to keep these I'm going to keep these separate so that I can paint Firefoot and then paint Eomer and then glue them together. Cat, I don't expect you to jump out of bed in the middle of the night and come mod for my fucking impromptu streams, okay? There's no expectation of that. There's a fly on my head. Son of a... 14 goes on Firefoot's face. I think that's that? Yeah, 14. He's got a little... Firefoot wears a little helmet himself. A little bit of barding. What about you, Cat? Would you play? That's a good question. Inquiring minds want to know, will Cat Ion play Star Wars Squadrons with us? Flying lessons. He says I need flying lessons. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe I skip myself like a rock across the surface of a Star Destroyer, but you would have done it too. Well, that would be awesome, Cat. I'd love to get you in a game. It really is a lot of fun just to play. I've had fun losing at it. Like, I'm not even very good at the game. I'm not going to pretend that I am. Yeah, a little horse helmet. Isn't that cute? Space bumper cars, baby. Between the time when the oceans drank Atlantis and the rise of the sons of Ares, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Conan, destined to wear the jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Bum, 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 bum. I gotta have that music, like, ready to go. Oh my god, they just... It gets me going so hard. It gets me going hard. It doesn't get me... You know what? Okay, yeah, let's just move on. '17, 18, 19. I can't do a good version of that dude's voice either. I know. He has a very unique voice. I hope everybody had fun watching last night. I was shocked that as many people came out for the impromptu stream as they did, because I had chat set up in VR, and I'm playing, and I'm like, I hope this works. And some people were chatting with me, and Alaric stopped in, and that was a lot of fun. And I took off my headset, and there were 15 people in the stream. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm just dicking around here. Where's piece 18? There it is. His empty scabbard. Yeah, definitely gonna have his, What part am I supposed to clip it at? Okay, it looks like right there at the buckle, maybe? Yeah. Last night was literally just to see if I could stream in VR and still see chat, and it turned into a pretty good time, actually. I hope that it wasn't that bad to watch. It definitely is. You don't watch the VR streams if you are particularly prone to motion sickness or vertigo. It might trigger that a little bit. It's entirely possible. Oh. Okay, so my efforts might be completely in vain because the geniuses at Games Workshop actually sculpted part of Eomer into Ironfoot, or Firefoot rather, to the point that his left leg actually attaches directly to the horse. Well, that's silly. Alright. Well, maybe I'll just assemble the whole thing and paint it that way. Hang on. Let me get my mold lines before I do that. The viewpoint in VR swings around a lot and very rapidly, Cat. But you can do so many cool things, like I was doing last night, where you'd swing by somebody and you're able to just track it with your head and watch it go by on the side windows of the cockpit. Yeah, if your frame rate really sucks in VR, then yeah, it can make you very sick. Thankfully, mine was pretty steady. I don't remember how many frames the Oculus Quest gets, but it's pretty decent. And I'm playing on, like, the cheapest consumer model of VR, by the way, you guys. You don't have to have the most expensive VR rig to do what I'm doing. Ah, to hell with it. I'm just gonna glue them down. I'm gonna hand paint the whole damn thing anyway. I'm not gonna go crazy with an airbrush or anything. I normally don't do sub-assemblies anyway. I was going to in this case because it's a horse and rider, but the way they've integrated the models makes it easier to just do it this way. And I'm definitely going for the screaming face and the spear on horseback. I'm going for that moment. You know the moment in Return of the King when he's riding in and the orcs they got their spears and they're like, are these guys really charging us? And the Rohirrim are just so full of just, righteous fury and vengeance. And the orcs start to break and you've got Eomer on horseback with just a crazy look in his eyes. Carl Urban, eyes bugging out of his head. Just screaming his head off with a spear back behind his head like this and just chucks it into the guy. Like, that is the moment. That's the moment I'm going to try to paint. That moment where, like, when you're watching a movie and you're like, is Carl Urban going to come out of the screen and, like, bite my fucking throat out? I mean, to be fair, Roland, he based many of the moments in Lord of the Rings off of either specific historic events or personal wartime experiences, which is actually one of the most interesting details about the Lord of the Rings is how bizarrely real it is for being the quintessential high fantasy. How do you fit on? Oh my god, these flies. Trying to figure out how the hell his arm goes on here. Oh, okay. Like that. He's holding the rein and the rest is hanging down. I see. We can do that. Which event specifically, Roland? I would love for you to share. The charge of the Polish winged hussars at Vienna in 1683. Dude, the Polish winged hussars were no fucking joke in the 17th century. Those dudes were a little nuts. And their armor is some of the coolest historical armor. Like, guys, if I say to you, the Polish winged hussars, and a visual doesn't come to your mind if you don't know what they look like, jump on Google right now and type in the words, Polish winged hussar, and look at the armor that they wore. Hang on, I'm trying to get a look at how the rein attaches to the horse. I'll show it from the other side for whatever reason. It's definitely supposed to connect to his bit. So let's make that happen with a little bit of plastic glue. There we go, now it's touching. Excellent. Yeah, and then go listen to the Sabaton song. Oh my god, yeah. If there is any historical event that is cool in any way, shape, or form, go find the Sabaton song about it, because that shit will change your life. There's only the time before you listen to Sabaton, and then the rest of your actual life, when you're aware of Sabaton. That's actually really interesting, Roland. I was not aware of that. Symbolic revenge against the West for the defeat of Islam at Vienna, also on September 11th. That's fascinating. And it makes a lot of sense. Osama bin Laden was not an uneducated man. In fact, I think that was something of a point of contention in the early part of the current millennium. Yeah, it's going to go on like so. Okay. And yeah, I'm going to have his sword, like, so you see the position that he's in with his scabbard? I'm going to have his sword falling down here with the hilt of it, like, connected to the base a little bit. Poor Eomer, he has such a hard time keeping a hold of his weapons. Alright, so I want 22, 23, and so 21, 22, 23 is going to be the helmeted head and then the sword arm. Or not the sword arm, I want the spear arm. That's 20. So I want 20, 22, 23. Easy peasy. Yeah, that's his screaming head with the helmet. That's definitely the one that I want. They didn't get to do the blood rage of Eomer in the movie. They just got one brief moment where Karl Urban got to freak out and scream when he thought that Eowyn was dead. But Karl Urban, being the giant fucking nerd that he is, was apparently very upset that he didn't get to do the blood rage, to the point that he really dumped a lot of effort and feeling into that one moment that he got to scream at the camera. What is the best thing about the victory at Vienna, Roland? You know I love war history. I certainly love discovering new pieces of it. Alright, let's get these parts put together. And it's worth noting, for anybody who doesn't realize, Tolkien himself was also a prolific war historian and a soldier, and much of The Lord of the Rings was reflective of his own experiences and opinions in the First World War. All the way to the dead marshes, the faces looking up at you from the water. Even the Balrog was symbolic of experiences that he had on the field. Is that really it? That's interesting. The bakers of Vienna created a new pastry of thin dough layered with butter in the form of an Islamic crescent. A baked good we know as the croissant. Yeah, that makes sense. It is the crescent, quite literally. It is delicious, it is buttery, it is flaky, and it apparently represents a historic victory, which is exciting. I did not know that. That makes me want to have more croissants. I don't eat enough croissants in my life, you guys. What about you? Do you have enough croissants in your life, just in general? Like, are you happy with the number of croissants that you consume on a regular basis? Yeah. See, I thought not, Rio. I thought that if you really ask yourself, am I eating enough croissants? You'll probably find that the answer is no. The good news? The good news, Rio, are you ready for the good news? It's never too late to have another croissant, man. It's never too late. As long as you realize it now, it's not too late. You can go have a croissant this very moment. This seems wrong. It's like he's missing something on his shoulder. Or his head isn't fitting down right. One of the two. I'm not quite sure which. Oh, there it is. His head just needs to be tilted back more. That was my problem. Because the horsehair plume on the back of his helmet was riding too high. And there's a little piece here. It's meant to go over his shoulder pad. So now it's fitting properly. He's really just screaming at the heavens, ain't he? So I really hope, I really genuinely hope that we don't get just a bunch of stupid Star Wars sequel content for Star Wars Squadrons. I'm concerned that we're going to. That would be the one thing that would irritate me about the game, is if I suddenly had to fight a bunch of... Well, I guess that's not true. If I'm being honest, maybe the least offensive thing about the sequels were the ships. Ninjas popping in, explosions, and of course you getting weird beers placed onto your desk. I was looking for something a little bit more relaxing today, just because I've been busting my ass lately getting that cellar rate lately. White Wolf, thank you very much for the reminder, by the way. Oh, so a lot of my energy's been spent on that lately. I've been looking for just something to kind of to chillax with and unwind for today. I'm probably going to wind up getting the building Eomer has taken me longer than I thought it would, so I'm probably going to wind up building Sanguinius a little bit later. He's probably dry by now. But I'm going to be painting the two of these on stream here in the next couple of weeks is my goal. And then getting ready to open up the redemptions for the Storm Chaser Mercenaries and Clan Thunderskunk Battle Max by the end of the month. That's my goal. If I can get these two guys done and polish off the Storm Chasers I've got going now, I'll feel pretty good about opening those back up. I really want to get Sanguinius done, though, because as Hathrian knows, I've been holding on to it for way too long. That's a really cool pose. I'm just trying to angle his arm so I have as much room between his helmet and the spear as I can get, while still having his elbows seated firmly. I'm gonna want to get a brush in there, you know? Gonna be tacos tonight. Ooh! Cyberpunk 2077's happening pretty soon here, isn't it? They do kind of have new ships. Yeah, there's super ties and upgraded X-Wings. They had a couple of things that were kind of new. There were some weird stretched out ties, right? There were, I guess landing craft don't really count. I guess all the Rebel ships really were just shinier versions of X-Wings and A-Wings, and, I thought they had something. They had that stupid bomber from... What was it? The Last Jedi, which... Yeah. I'm hoping they go Clone Wars. I'm hoping they veer Clone Wars. I'm hoping they start with, you know, Defenders and E-Wings and then go to Clone Wars. That would be the best path forward, in my opinion. Alright, so here's the shield that's going to go on them, and then 2 pieces of barding for Firefoot. This has actually been enjoyable. I can't remember the last time I cut pieces off of a sprue and built a model like this. It would have been a number of months ago when I was doing Star Wars Legion. But getting to work on a character that's this well sculpted is kind of a nice change of pace. Oh, there's a helmet that isn't attached to... Well, but his arm is on it. I'll figure out a way to get a separate helmet for him to go on his base. The Pez dispenser bomber, yeah, and I hope that doesn't make it into the game. I don't know what role it would fill. The Y-Wing does what it would do already. It has vertical deployment bombs, as well as forward-firing torpedoes. Like, the Y-Wing... give us the B-Wing, and give the B-Wing, like, that focused fire laser it had in Rebels. And, I mean, even that would be silly, but it would be better than giving us that stupid Pez dispenser bomber. Now, I feel that we're going to see sequels content, and I say that because the X-Wing is very clearly, in the game, designated as the T-65 X-Wing. Which means we're going to get the... What was the T-75? I want to fly the Outrider. I'd not even, like, leave the larger ships out of it. I guess I could see there being room for the larger ships, but I'm really just interested in the fighters. There are plenty of fighters. I'd love to see neutral faction fighters. I'd love to see things like, you know, skip ray blast boats and cloak-shaped fighters, and like the Mandalorian Defender ships, Z-95 Headhunters. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Ships that, you know, anybody could fly. The shiny SR-71. You mean the fucking Naboo fighters? If we get Clone Wars content, I assume we'll probably get Naboo fighters. But I mean, who doesn't? Also, yeah, give me an ARC-170. Am I right? I would love to pilot an ARC-170. Yeah, Z-95s would be great, Kevin Kitsune. How does this go on exactly? Does this go... It goes on the front. It goes on like so. But where are the attachment points? I have the wrong one? Possible that I do. No, because that's sweeping the other way. This definitely goes over here. Ah, I see. I see how it goes on now. Okay. Interestingly enough, it looks like you can leave these barding pieces off without really losing much, which is kind of cool. So you have a choice of how you outfit Firefoot here. That was way too much glue. I gotta pull some of that off. That's gonna be messy if I don't. That's better. I want more cosmetics. I've barely unlocked any of the cosmetics, but yeah, I'd love to see more cosmetics in general. The paint schemes for the ships are all actually pretty cool in the game so far. "12 minutes until we're going to be closing down the Storm Report. If you would like to get in on that action, get your posts in before then. And I'll tell you, if you're new to the stream, and it looks like we've got a fair number of people who probably are. We got an excellent raid from Studio J7 earlier. If you're new to the stream and you feel like sharing with us, please do. If you have even the tiniest inkling of a notion that you might want your work to be seen, please post to the Storm Report. I would actually absolutely love for you to participate. It's a good time, every time. And you don't necessarily need to be, like, looking for advice or anything like that. You could just, post some stuff up just to share. It doesn't have to be anything you've even done recently. It could just be the favorite, your favorite thing that you've done in the last year or so. Maybe a model you painted a good long time ago that you just like and want to share. I want to see it. How does this go on? Like so? It's hard to tell how this fits. Like, it's sculpted to very particularly fit onto the shoulder of the horse here. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, because it's kind of canted forward and touching his leg a bit. There it is. There's the spot. Okay. This is a weird attachment point. Okay, that goes over the buckle there, yeah. And that locks in like so. That's how it goes. Actually goes surprisingly quite a bit here. Yeah. And there's his shield. Ah, there we go. That was the last bit. That just needed to rotate so it went over his leg. Nice. I don't actually think... maybe a little bit of green stuff on his rump, on his flanks there, but not much. This model actually goes together pretty beautifully. I know people have complained about the monopose sculpts from Games Workshop lately, but and the fact that they come in so many pieces, but they go together pretty seamlessly. What seams there are get covered up. I don't know that I'm going to have to do much or any finishing work on this. Oh yeah, skimming the surface of an ISD. And I like the way that they've implemented a lot of the features for... because like I was saying earlier, the other game mode, the Fleet Assault, it's a MOBA. There are creeps in the form of AI fighters, and then there's the team in the form of the actual players. And then you're either on offense or defense, and you've got 2 frigates and a cruiser. You've got an MC-75 and a couple of Nebulon Bs as the rebels, and you've got an Imperial Star Destroyer and a couple of Architans class light cruisers as the Empire. And then if you're on attack as the Empire, you'll spawn in an Imperial Raider that will go in and attack the Nebulon Bs. And if you're a rebel, then it will spawn a CR-90 Corvette that will go in and attack the light cruisers. And you go in and you support your Corvette and you try to take out the frigates, which are your towers. And then once those are down, then you attack the Ancient, which is the cruiser. So it runs just like a MOBA, but it's a lot of fun. And, like the capital ships have shields, but so you can't hit them from far away, but if you get close to them, there's like this little shimmering blue effect where you pass under their shields, and once you're in their shields, you can just hammer their hull as much as you want. So yeah, you get in a Y-wing with the vertical drop proton bombs. You come in right over the shield generators, and you just bam, 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 hammer them. You knock out their shield generators. You go around underneath. You nail their power distribution systems. You come back around on top. You knock out their fire control. And I mean, you're well on your way to dropping their capital ship at that point. It's a cool game mode. I really enjoy it. I'm not very good at it, but you know, I'm getting there. So, we need to add, I'm going to add a couple of little details to these guys and work out how I want to do the basing on each of them. I've got a style of basing I've established for my Rohan forces so far. I need to go back and take a look at it. I think it's going to involve a couple of rocks for Firefoot to stand on, and then once I've determined how the basing is going to be laid out, I'll take one of his sword and I'll have his sword falling out of the scabbard here as a little nod to the movie. I'll Dremel his face out of one of the helmets and I'll put it here in front of him on foot. I'm really looking forward to painting this Eomer. It's a very, very nice model. I want the sword to be falling. I want the sword to be actively falling out of his scabbard in order to be a proper homage. Maybe I should post Zane's King Crab thing. Please do. Is this the one that was born from the Insanity and Chaotic Harmony stream today? I'm glad that they wrote this in German. I wouldn't have known. I would assume that the German people wouldn't know what this said here. Marshal der Rittermark. Yeah, that's very different from Marshal of the Rittermark. This went together nicely. Good get. I need to get the new Eowyn. I need to get the new Eowyn and Mary. I want to paint her up as Dernhelm. Didn't he get his helmet knocked off in Return of the King by the ring wraith? I don't remember Eomer ever facing ring wraiths in Return of the King. Eomer showed up for the charge of the Rohirrim, and the only member of the Rohirrim I can think of that faced a ring wraith was Theoden, who faced off against the Witch King. He did get his helmet knocked off by the Witch King. Well, to be fair, he didn't so much get his helmet knocked off by the Witch King as he was on his horse, Snowmane, and the Witch King's fell beast grabbed Snowmane in its mouth and bodily flung both him and Theoden like 30 feet. And then by the time he landed with Snowmane on top of him, his helmet had come ajar and gone flying off. I don't think that really counts as having your helmet just knocked off. That was like having your shit completely ruined. These new models they're doing for Middle-earth strategy battle game are both really, really needed and very, very nice. I need to look up his horse's markings. Was he really this? What is... Someone who knows something about horses, tell me what pattern this is. He's got a white face, and then it's a dappled coat coming down into a dark brown, almost black over the rest of his body. I know that is a particular... I know the one, Dark Fox, and I'm going to play the whole thing. I am aware of it. I know that there's a name for this coloration, though. I'm just not sure what it is. Gonna get hate for this, but I hate how they did those beasts in the movie. The books described them as like pterodactyls, featherless birds, beasts from a bygone time. I mean, that's kind of how they looked in the movie. They were like shitty little dragons that he'd been breeding. Hello, what's up, Jahal? How you doing? 2 minutes. 2 minutes! I think we might just go ahead and get started a little bit early since we finished off Eomer and I don't really have time to get into building Sanguinius before we go into the Storm Report. I'm going to be gluing him together a little bit later. I want to try my Storm Report button. I want to see if it does what I told it to do. You guys ready? I'm going to push the button on my Stream Deck and it's going to do the thing. Because it's about time to check it out.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorred paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
It was so close. I need to extend the delay by like a half a second so it doesn't cut Cat off. I'm just so jazzed on the Stream Deck, you guys. I'm so jazzed on it. Doing good, been a long weekend, not in the usual good way, so in an unusual bad way, I'm sorry to hear that, Jahal. I hope it's getting a little bit better. Inbred deliverance looking dragons or wyverns, not pterodactyl. I remember, now, it's been a long time since I read those books, but it is my recollection that they were described as an offshoot of dragonkind that he had been breeding in, not necessarily in secret, but just in Mordor, where nobody would have known to look for them. I don't specifically remember the descriptions of the fell beasts now, though, when I think about it. So let's have a look at what y'all have been sharing with us today. Up first, we have from Wolverine DH, hoping the spinning cat to be part of the... Okay, so yeah, the spinning cat is one of my buttons down here, interestingly enough. I do want that to be a thing. I need for Rio to make me a version of it that is a full-size screen with her, like, bouncing around, and then I can put that in. The bouncing and spinning cat and Dark Fox are things that I very much want to be a part of the stream, because they're, you know, fucking absurd, which is kind of on brand for us. A little bit, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah. Surprisingly difficult. Rio, take your time, man. Any work that you feel like doing for us at all is completely welcome, and if you just don't feel like doing it, that's fine too, man. I really appreciate everything that you've given us so far. It means so much. It means so much, and I'm not usually one for like fan art, but apparently when it's about me, that stokes my ego, and that makes it okay, I guess. That's not. I'm trying to do exactly the opposite of that, Rio. Precisely the opposite. Let's take a look at what y'all have been sharing in the Storm Report, though. Let's get going. Here we have up first from Wolverine DH, My Monster, which would be what is this? This is the Tyrannid Brood Lord, the new Brood Lord that they had in, I don't remember which box. It's a cool model, though. I'll tell you what, always, like, this model is so cool. And you've done a good job on this one, Wolverine DH. I love the color variation across his claws and the rust work you've done on the base. The extra skulls are a nice touch. What always gets me about this model is the way his tail is curling. I don't know why it throws me off. I guess it reminds me a little bit of in Aliens, when the alien queen, like, stabbed through, what's his name? Bishop. Not Bishop. Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, because the Ash was the bad one from the first one, and Bishop was the good android from the second one. So yeah, when Bishop gets... and he pukes up milk, this weird little tail curl always reminds me of that. It just seems like an awkward place to keep your tail, if it's a sharp one. But, I mean, he's an aggressive-looking son of a bitch altogether. I can't imagine having... Look at the length of the claws on his fingers. They're insane. What could you do with those hands? I guess that's why he has other hands with normal fingers on it. Okay, fine. It's an awesome-looking model, though. God damn, look at all those spikes. I feel like he has to stay hunched over. He can't even straighten his back because of all those spines. Nice work on this, Wolverine. I love the love the look of the basing. It really contrasts nicely with the dark colors you've gone with across the carapace and the little under muscle bits, the little rib portions. How does he wipe? I don't think he poops, Dark Fox. He eats, and he eats, and he eats, and he gets bigger and bigger, and then when the Tyranids show up, they open up one of those big digestion pools, and he just sort of dives in. They don't waste anything. Pooping is something for mammals who aren't making maximum use of the biomass that they consume. Exactly. Exactly, Waffles. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Whereas Tyranids are all about that efficiency. All about it. Wolverine DH, well done, and thank you for sharing. Nice work. Here we have from Roland. Hang on, let me adjust my window here. It's a little bit off. Ooh, some 3D printed Hexless Trinity City. Oh my god, you've done a bunch of them. Look at this whole pile of roads up here. How are you liking it so far, Roland? Does he sweat his poop like the bird people? This conversation about how Tyranids defecate is getting way too involved for me, if I'm being honest. This is the most conversing I've done about do Tyranids poop since, like, 2003. It's odd that I can think of a conversation about this that occurred in 2003, but, what can I say? That was a weird time.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't. Show me your
have
roads.
fun. Be safe.
Don't show me your nodes.
And above all,
don't show them to me. Don't do it. No poop, no waste, fight. I don't want to fight you because apparently you haven't pooped in months. Waffles, I feel like that would get messy very fast. Project Dark Fox apologizes for this. I'm not sure what you're apologizing. I mean, I guess we'll get to it here in a minute. Oh, thank you, WJ. I really appreciate that. Way to take the thing that I'm most proud of in this stream and feature it for everyone who might come by and be like, who's this Thunderhead guy? Why does he talk about poop so much? MREs will do that too. That's right. That's Samara. Just... I'm glad to hear that you're liking it, though, Roland. I've been waiting for someone to print and paint a set of these for a while. I haven't done it just because, oh my god, I've got so much shit to print and paint, and I don't play Alpha Strike. I play with hexes. So printing this out is not... printing and painting one of these is not a big priority for my personal hobbying. So I've been hoping someone else would do it so I could share pictures, because I think it's a really cool set. I think that once it's all together and you've built a city with, like, the blocks and everything, it's going to be really awesome. Exasperated sigh. Base in black. Yeah. Honestly, you could probably dry brush them for the most part. Like, base them in black and... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think that would be the fastest and certainly the most efficient way to do it, Roland. I look forward to seeing those get painted and get laid out on the table. It looks like you've got a good number of them, so you should be able to make it pretty cool. Yeah, dry brush the sidewalks in gray, go over the striping in yellow. Consider one step. Consider adding one step to that, Roland. And that is just taking a sponge with maybe a dark blue-gray, right? And stipple that color along the road on the asphalt itself to give it a little bit of texture. Just stipple it with a dry sponge. If you're not sure about the technique, I'd be happy to show it to you. It's a really easy way to give an asphalt-esque texture, and you'd want to use foam like either from like a foam chip brush or like this foam that they put in packing for models. If you bought some models and you have some of this around, this stuff is great for stippling like that. Heyo, what's up? How you doing, Vergaderung? Always a pleasure to see you. Heck yeah, the flies! Oh, my fly friends. Oh my god, could we get a shout out for Vergaderung? I would appreciate that. Guys, you should definitely check out his stream if you're into Battletech at all. The man paints some of the coolest battle mechs I've ever seen. By the way, would you do me a favor, Vergaderung? Ping me on Discord, because I need to send you the files for the Borealis dropship. You said something about dazzling one, and I think everyone wants to see that. I could do that, Kursala. I'm looking forward to seeing those come together, Roland. That's very exciting. Yeah, dazzle dropship. I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for Vergaderung and say he's going to do it. I'm just going to say that he mentioned it once, and that means that we should all pressure him until he does it. Can you feel the peer pressure, Verg? It's just pouring out of the stream. Pouring out of the screen. Pouring all over you. Alright, that officially got weird. Let's move on. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Girlfriend received this email today. She's going to nursing school. Fuck yeah! That's fucking awesome! Accepted to the Bachelor of Science in Nursing BSN Accelerated Online Program. Hell yeah, Chaotic Harmony. Please give Chaotic Girlfriend all of our congratulations. And yeah, as Rogue19K says, have fun being her pincushion, man, because she's going to need some practice. Oh shit, did you really? That sucks. Hopefully it wasn't a bad broken tooth. I mean, there's no, like, good broken tooth. I can't think of a tooth in my head where I'm like, yeah, I could break that one, that'd be fine. I don't really like that tooth that much anyway. That sucks. That's always a bad... That's, like, one of the fastest ways to just ruin your day to your month, depending on how bad it is. Third from the back on the top. Where you're like... Ooh. Ooh. That doesn't seem good. Forgotarung, I hope that you're okay, man. I hope that you're able to get care for that quickly. Right now? Jesus! You gonna have to get, like, a crown, maybe? Ugh. Oh, I can... Oof. Oh, I can feel that. That's making me uncomfortable. Jesus. Oh, and then Chaotic Harmony made a butt joke. That's adorable. Yeah, I really am sorry about that, Verg, man. I hope you get that taken care of. And I hope it doesn't set you back too much. Oh, I hate deep dental care. I mean, I feel like that's a stupid thing to say. Like, there's nobody in the chat right now who would be like, not me, man. I am all about that dentistry. I go to the dentist every chance I can, and I'm like, hey, man, is there an excuse to drill? Because you should take it. No, that person doesn't exist. That's absolutely crazy. Really? It a dead tooth. I'm pretty sure that's a plot, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, I mean, shit, okay. In that case, it's good that you discovered the problem. I was worried that you broke a perfectly good one in half. Kursala likes his dentist. Do you like your dentist, or do you like what your dentist does to you? Because these are two very different things. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I like my general care physician. I don't like getting my prostate checked by them. I know someone who likes going to the dentist and letting them work on things. Well, you know, okay, I guess these are not questions I should ask to the internet, because this is a weird place full of weird people. And I suppose we could find anybody in this. I mean, this chat dislikes avocados and thinks that red vines are delicious, so I guess it's no surprise to me that someone's like, oh no, I know a guy who's like, yeah, baby, drill my teeth, drill them all day long. Let's go ahead and take a look at this next entry here. Fresh off the printer, well, not that fresh. But anyway, here's the Warhammer 2 in all its mostly finished glory. Look at this. This actually works out pretty well. I think those arm weapons are a nice change. It has more significant elbows than the MWO version, which, as I've mentioned, I think really corrects a lot of the issues for me. Those details actually came out fairly crisp across the shoulders. I was thinking that they might not, but you can actually tell that they're there. Of course, those Polygon Masterworks models are very nicely made. Very, very nicely made. We don't all dislike avocados. Oh, Data Nerd, are you on my side? That makes me happy. There are way too many people in this chat who are like, avocados are gross, don't eat them. Oh, well, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop talking about it, Samir. Just, that sucks for Gatarung, and I wish you a speedy and non-financially ruinous recovery. Though, do you live in Canada? I think Forgotarung lives in Canada. And there's a strong chance that this emergency for him is not like the life-altering and potentially... You don't? Oh, shit, never mind, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of Flav, who's up in Canada. In that case, I am more concerned for... I hope that you have insurance. Is dental expensive? I don't know. I don't know really anything about the healthcare system in Canada. I have no real reason to pay attention to it. I don't know why I thought you were... I guess I just thought you were Canadian because you're friends with Flav. And I just assumed that everyone he knows is therefore Canadian. And is just like, you know, chugging maple syrup all day long. That's what they do, right? They play hockey and chug maple syrup? Like, that's not culturally insensitive in any way, shape, or form. Unless you have extended health benefits. Okay, alright. That's gonna be your Storm Chaser redemption. Fair warning. I don't mind. I will not mind painting this mech. It's a good looking mech. And I'll tell you, I'm a little biased for it since I also, you know, sculpted one of the pieces on it. That always makes me happy. They also go to Tim Hortons. Yeah, that's true. They go to Tim Hortons, where they play hockey and they chug maple syrup and ride moose or something. I'm funny. Guys, my jokes are so original and so clever. I don't know how y'all aren't just, like, constantly amazed by how original I am. I've heard many bad things about Tim Hortons. Nice looking print, though. Again, a lot of these details that I didn't think were going to come out actually came out pretty well. You must have your printer dialed in pretty damn tight. Well printed, well designed, well done overall. Kursala. And thank you very much for sharing. Coming down, coming down, coming down. What is this? What is this, Rogue 90? What is this conversation that we've been having here? Whole company of melee mechs would look great with an axe. To be honest, I was thinking Bruce Campbell. What are we thinking Bruce Campbell for? Print at .02? I think I'm a little bit thicker than that. That could explain why I thought that those details wouldn't come out nicely. I mean, I just wanted to click on the gif of Bruce Campbell because that just makes me happy. Here we have from Shadow31, this week's been a bit of an off week. Man, I feel you on that one. But still got some hobby done. Stripped a few of my Infinity models that I wanted to redo so I have a unified scheme. Stripping some metal Tyranids and acetone in that jar now. Over about 3 hours, I primed everything on that table to the right, which is about half my bigger units and a third of my line infantry for my Tyranids, plus one random Skaven model. Anyone have tips for dealing with the clogging airbrush nozzle while priming, perchance? Had that happen a bunch. So, I mean, clean your tip regularly. I'll usually come in with like a paper towel with a little bit of Windex on it and kind of swish my needle. One thing you can do, I know some people don't like to do this, but a good way to clear a light clog is to put your fingers, to withdraw your needle, put your finger over the tip, and spray a little bit of air, because that air will blow against your finger and then come back through the nozzle and kind of blow any chunks back into your cup. I know some people don't like doing that. I've had people go, "You're a fucking airbrush savage, and how dare you do that to your equipment." I have found it to be a fairly effective way to clear small clogs when they get pulled down into the tip. Just the tip, though. Just the tip. Arms on that Warhammer are like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" Yeah, that Atlas. It's a really cool Atlas. You're talking about the Hookbuster Atlas, right? A lot fucking higher than most airbrushes are gonna go, Samare. I'm only running to like maybe 15 to 20 PSI. I don't think you could push anything through your skin like that. Here we have Zombie Brush Studios. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Mechanically, there's no reason to not do this with your airbrush. Yeah, see, that's the impression I got, Jim. The people with airbrushes are weird. People in hobbying are I mean, you know, look at us. For God's sake, look around. Look at the people that you're in this chat with. We're all a bunch of fucking nerds. And we decide that we know things, and for whatever reason, it's just a thing we do. Where it's like, "You're doing the thing wrong? Well, you should never treat your equipment that way. You should never do the dirt. You should always paint. You should leave the bolter off the Space Marine and paint the Eagle first." We all have opinions, and for some reason our opinions are very, very strong, and we try to force them on other people. But particularly as when you get into technical things like airbrushing and 3D printing, and 3D printing is really bad. You get people who are, you should never have a resin printer in the same room that human beings occupy for more than 20 minutes a day. That's just not true. It's just not true. So yeah, go ahead and give your airbrush a little bit of blowback, man. Just put your finger over the tip, withdraw the needle, and blow a little bit of air. Bloop! You'll get some bubbles into the cup, and it'll clear those little clogs for you. Always, I will say though, always clean your equipment after you're done using it. Just after every session, go ahead and give it a clean out. It's never a bad idea. That's a lot of Tyranids. Holy shit. Oh yeah, and these guys over here getting stripped in acetone. That is one nice thing about metal models is, man, you can go right down to bare metal, no problem. You just put them in the most caustic shit you can find. My SLA printer sits right behind. My printer sits within arm's reach of me when I'm at my desk, and I've never had any problems with it. I mean, one of two things is true. Either I've never had any problems with it, and it's not bad at all using water-washable resin and keeping my cover on, or I am currently and have been for some time suffering severe brain damage and will continue to, and I'm just too brain damaged to know. I don't know. You know, either one of these are supposedly possible. Cat's over here like, hey, now I resemble that remark. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember Got a Myth. I sniff my printer. Huffing printer fumes gives me paint power. I don't think that's how it works, Steiner. Like, again, I was just talking about how I'm not one to force my opinions on other people, but Steiner, please, for the love of God, quit huffing your resin, man. Come on. Found alcohol for the resin. Excellent. That's been hard to come by lately. Talking from a professional direction, I'm an industrial mechanic with a special bit of knowledge in pneumatics, and to fulfill the cliche, I'm also German. If a German engineer tells me it's okay, that is good enough for me, obviously, Gemini. Either way, you die happy with all your minis surrounding you. Absolutely. Steiner. What is best in life? To paint your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their shelf of shame. I think we've just discovered the origin of Steiner Miniatures nonsense. I mean, yeah, that's good too, Steiner. Hey, Thunderdome Drew! How you doing today, man? Could we get a shout-out? Could we please get a shout-out for Steiner Miniatures and for Thunderdome Drew if we have not already? I would appreciate that. Mod Team Extraordinaire. How you doing today, Drew? Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some paint go down. We don't have enough Tyranids being painted in the Storm Report. Shadow. You can do some really, really simple painting techniques on Tyranids, including dry brushing and washing, and get some really, really cool effects because they're so biological and have so much texture. Really look forward to seeing those come together. I'm glad to hear it, Thunderdome Drew, and absolutely, anytime, man. Anytime at all. It's always a pleasure to have you. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. So we gotta listen to a thing now. Has my music not been playing this whole time? Or has my music been playing? Okay, good. It didn't show up on my mixer for some reason. And I was like, I had this moment where I'm like, has this just been me talking over silence for like 20 minutes? I mean, you know, bully to you for sticking with me in this incredibly awkward Storm Report. But okay, no, the music's been playing. Okay, that's good. That's good. I am going to turn it down a wee little bit here, and we're going to have a little bit of a listen to what we got here. Tell me if this is playing also. I haven't changed that in my settings, so it should play. Let me know if it doesn't. Here we go. Oh, hold up. Let me fix that. Okay. I haven't actually listened to the final version of it.
Tonight on the Capellan News Network, a local company, Thunderhead Manufacturing, has been brought up on charges of corporate espionage and stealing trademark designs of another company with the unveiling of their new Borealis dropship. Dynamico Limited, a company located in the Federated Commonwealth, which is known to harbor criminals and corrupt corporations, has brought the case all the way to Comstar to be resolved. This was taken from the most recent session of the court.
Order! Order in my court, damn it! Order in my damn court!
While no real progress has been made on this matter, the Chancellor, Romano Leao, has released a statement saying that the Capellan products are good, solid pieces of equipment that aren't cheap knockoffs like Dynamico Limited CEO stated in a statement on the Infonet. To seem like a legitimate news station, to get another perspective on the lawsuit, we pulled the audio from the press conference held by Thunderhead Manufacturing CEO, Big Dick Johnson.
These, frankly, shocking and slanderous allegations that our designers stole any part of the Aurora's design are simply ridiculous. If you look closely, and our experts have, by the way, you can see that the Borealis dropship is at least 25% different than that flying junkyard they call the Aurora. In fact, I refer to our dropship, and I have all through development, as the NA Borealis, which stands for not Aurora Borealis. Our designs are unimpeachable. My legal team has assured me, so good luck proving otherwise.
Well, it looks like a Johnson sure is slapping our faces with the real truth of this case. We'll keep you updated as the story unfolds. But for now, we're going to cut to John with a story about some orphaned kittens we found out about last week. John? John?
The kittens are all dead! Oh, God!
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. I'm Chaotic Harmony, and you've been listening to the Capellan News Network. Remember, the Chancellor loves a loyal citizen, and you love him back. Can someone cut his microphone? God, do you think these people would be used to horrible things? We're the Capellan Confederation, for God's sake.
I mean, I don't want to... I don't want to appear biased. I don't want to, put my thumb on the scale, so to speak. I don't want to try to tilt your understanding, appreciation, or belief in any of these allegations. But that Big Dick Johnson, he sounds like a stand-up guy to me. You know? He sounds like he really understands the circumference of the truth. He sounds like the sort of guy who really just likes to get in there with both hands and work the issue top to bottom. Inch by inch, very methodically. How many more dick jokes can I make? I really feel like I might have bottomed out with that one. I like Chaotic Harmony's judge voice the most. I like that. Order! Can we get some order in my damn court? Wiener jokes. He's got the girth for you. Oh, thank you so much, Kat. Thank you. I feel like having a female perspective come in and also make a dick joke sort of validates what I'm doing here and makes me less creepy. It's probably not true, but it makes me feel that way, and that's kind of all that matters at the end of the day, right? And that got Joe Biden Jr. in here. Joe Biden Jr. is a big fan of Big Dick Johnson and his firm grasp of the truth. Looks like Johnson is slapping our faces with some truth. Jesus Christ, Chaotic. I didn't even... oh my god. Joe Biden Jr., thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. An interesting time to join. He literally, Chaotic Harmony messages me, and he's... What... I can't remember what you asked me. You were just asking about the name you could use for this bit, and I just threw out, Big Dick Johnson. I didn't actually know what he was going to be using it for, and he went with it. I was prepared to just sort of let that one sit for a minute and then come up with a real name. But no, that went into the final product. So if Chaotic Harmony comes to you and asks you for some information for a project he's working on, just be aware, don't make jokes. He'll use the first fucking thing you say. He doesn't have that much pride. He certainly doesn't have that much dignity. Chaotic. That's fucking ridiculous, man. Thank you for doing that. That's... Johnson certainly is slapping our faces with the truth. Or is it that he has so much pride and dignity, sticking to his own unique vision? I mean, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe what Chaotic Harmony has is, in fact, a deep reservoir of dignity and confidence. The sort of confidence that you need to spend 20 minutes of writing, recording, and editing well spent. Jesus. As long as you feel that way, Chaotic, I'm not going to argue with you, my friend. I'm going to post that around, though, because it makes me happy. Chaotic, thank you so much for that, man. Ooh, and then we got a little bit more. This is pretty exciting. Also to do with the Borealis dropship, Sumer posting a bit of an Operation Lancaster update. Granted, the art is temporary / stand-in until Mr. Plog can get his hands on it. Ooh, that's so exciting. That's so fucking... Oh my god. The idea that Matt Plog is going to be sitting down and painting something based on some fucking renders that I did is just, well, I'm fanboying. Like, as we speak, there is fanboying going on right here. There is a squee. It's a silent squee. But let me tell you, it exists. Deep in my heart. But it gives some idea of what I've been up to lately. Up to 440 pages and 371,000 words. A little bit of an Easter egg, none too subtly presented here. Text is a rough draft and likely to see some changes / refinements. Yeah, here we have... I'll read the beginning of this. The Borealis class dropship getting put into Operation Lancaster TRO. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right, Dark Fox? We gotta get... That is one thing, Sumer, I would love to get, because we're putting credit at the end of this article. We should definitely do some for Project Dark Fox. He did really the majority of the concept work on this, if I'm being honest. So, overview, the development process for Dreadnought Interstellar Industries Borealis class dropship, codenamed Project... Oh, shit, how could I have forgotten? It's right there in the fucking beginning. Wow, I feel stupid. Hey, Sumer, we gotta make sure we get some credit. Now let me read this. Oh, there's his name. Oh, God. My brain... I'm not with it today, you guys. You might have noticed my brain's a little mushy. It's all that damn mummified mice I've been breathing in. Codenamed Project Dark Fox would begin shortly after the first prototypes of the Aurora-class dropship had begun to be built for the purpose of evaluation by the Lyrance Alliance Armed Forces and Armed Forces of the Federation Commonwealth. The Federated Commonwealth, pardon. The Aurora was a vessel created as a joint project between Dynamico Limited of Delavan and Schiphol Company of Sky, the latter of which was a company that Dreadnought Interstellar Industries had previous business dealings with. It's unclear if Dreadnought Interstellar acquired the schematics for the Aurora through legitimate means or through some form of corporate espionage, but early conceptual designs of the Borealis were nearly identical to the original Aurora prototype schematics, strongly suggesting a direct copy of the design was involved. The great irony is that the evolution of the original design that began as a clear copycat of the Aurora shows that Dreadnought noticed significant flaws in the design of the Aurora during the early design process that Schiphol and Dynamico would only discover after physically building the first test prototypes, flaws that would stall the development program of the Aurora itself for years. Now, this is actually a pretty clever piece of writing, because in the profile that Sumer has come up with for the Borealis, which is also included in Operation Lancaster, it is significantly different functionally than the Aurora. It's more heavily armed, it's faster, it's well, you know what? You'll see. You'll see. I am excited to be included in Operation Lancaster like this. I think that it is just so fucking cool. Thank you so much for reaching out, Sumer. Thank you for your interest, and thank you for the writing effort that you put into it, man. And for putting Project Dark Fox and my work in front of Matt Plog to do his version of it. Like, I can't even... You guys, you make it hard on me. You make it hard on me to stay humble when you do things like this that are just so kind and so flattering. It's... Oh my god. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what Plog comes up with for the Borealis. And yeah, we're going to be doing some additional modules for the Borealis to bring it in line with the profiles that we've got here in Operation Lancaster. I'm going to make sure I send you some updated pictures of the back, because I've changed actually a couple of details since this one. So what I'm hearing as a House Steiner / Lyran Guard player is, I need one of these. I could see that. It's definitely written into the profile that most of the Borealises were designed with export in mind. I think it says in the profile that only 2 Borealis were actually used as part of Operation Lancaster, but that makes me want to paint those 2, I gotta be honest with you. Of course, they're just gonna be gray, which works out for me. Yeah? No livery at all? Great work, Sumer. That way I can just dry brush them and be like, look, it's an official canon color scheme. Yeah, it's from the TRO. Sumer, thank you so much, man. I really... Yeah. I will, I'll take some fresh renders just for you so that you can give those as reference. thank you for the inclusion. Thank you for... Samara, thank you for everything that you've done in this stream, man. We've gotten to see so many exclusive pieces of art and bits of your writing and excerpts from Operation Lancaster right here on the stream. It has been a fantastic experience all year, and it's just going to be that much more exciting when Operation Lancaster comes out to have sort of, you know, picked up the breadcrumbs this whole way. It's like following a trail of breadcrumbs, and at the end of the trail of breadcrumbs you find like a roast beef sandwich that is somehow still fresh. That might be a terrible metaphor. Or is that a simile? The point is, it's going to be cool. That has all the bread intact, which is honestly the most confusing part of it. Because you're like, where did the breadcrumbs come from? Does the Borealis have an option for a hex base under a God of Myth? Yes. Yes, it does. So it has hexes, it is built with hexes in mind, and there is a hex base you can attach it to that you can then use to orient it on any 33mm hex mat, including the Hextech mats from Steel Warrior Studios, or any of the mats directly from Catalyst Game Labs. I'd considered that, like, it might be a little tricky to line up just so if you didn't have a guide, so yeah, there's a hex-based guide that you can use. But the hexes on top of the ship do line up with any 33mm hex grid anyway, so it's not necessary, but it's an extra little tool that you will get to go with it. The irony of that little blurb is I wrote up after the message. Oh wait, I haven't read it. Just now listened to Chaotic Harmony's audio clip for the first time. That's awkwardly on point. I was thinking exactly that when you sent this to me earlier, because they line up. They line up kind of perfectly, and that's really exciting. I want to kind of attach both of these things together, if I'm being honest. I feel I look like a copycat myself. Great minds and all that, right? Yeah, that's how we that's how we move forward when we accidentally do the same thing. That so many people have wanted to do anything creative surrounding the release of the Borealis is just so flattering. It's a project that I'm very, very proud of, and I'm glad that people are excited about it. Crazy ones too. Yeah, they're mad. But Jesus, I'm barely through the Storm Report. We got to keep going, guys. Holy moly. Samara, thank you so much. Chaotic Harmony, thank you so much. You guys are... you too much. You make this stream possible, and I really... I so appreciate the creativity that you have seen fit to share with us so many times. Here we have from Gear Falcon a new knife. Sorry I haven't actually done any crafting lately. That's okay. It's shiny. Get a little RGB love there in the background, too. I guess, you know, cyan and purple, but still. I'm a big sap, Chaotic Harmony. I'm a big softy. I appreciate 50 Shades 3 so much that I sealed it away, never to be seen again. Do you realize how many biblical seals have to be broken before 50 Shades 3 is ever going to be heard by the public? It's a lot. Made a fucking movie with Sam Neill about it. Thank you, Samara. I really do appreciate that. That's a nice looking knife, though, Gear Falcon. There's another one of those. What's the phrase? What's the phrase for this sort of the switch extension? Because I know it's got like a tension lock, and you push it forward a certain amount, and it pops out. OTF? Biblical seals, and you got to get through me. Yeah, Cat Ion is the guardian of the biblical seals. She wears a robe. She has a staff. On the staff is like my logo at the tip. It's a whole thing. It's pretty cool, if I'm being honest. Out the front. Alright. Okay. Kind of walked into that one, I guess. The phrase for that sort of knife is illegal in many places. Yes, that is accurate, because it's essentially a switchblade. Spring assist. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of, Kursala. It's one of those knives that's like, well, it's not technically a switchblade by several definitions, but it's as close as we can legally get. It's like those smart drugs, where it's like, well, it's legal because you haven't outlawed it by name yet. It's a full switchblade? I mean, okay. It's a nice-looking knife. You know what I always think of when I think of this knife is Jack Bauer. Because that's the first place that I saw one of these spring assist mechanisms. There was a scene in 24 when he, like, tackles a guard into a wall, and he pulls out his little spring assist knife, and he, like, extends it into the dude's chest and just goes like, stab, 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 stab. And then turns around and pushes his back against him and looks around and goes around the corner. And I'm just like, that dude just like... It was like shadow, pressure, being stabbed, And I'm collapsing to the ground. Way to go, Jack Bauer, you utter fucking maniac. Yeah, that's what I thought, Gear Falcon. The spring assist is legal in most states. You don't seal it for $100 like a desperate hooker, and you know it. I'm not proud enough to even try to deny that. So is this like Comstar, where the whole song and dance is just to distract people from watching you push like 3 buttons? I have a friend who's got one of those knives, and I got the lecture from his dad for having a butterfly knife. Like, yeah, butterfly. Man, people are silly about knives. The last knife he showed was in John Wick. Was it really? Which one? Which John Wick? I know that he's used. I know the equipment that he's used has all been identified and is very popular. Either way, nice blade, Gear Falcon, and thanks for sharing. This is exciting. This is exciting. Look at this, you guys. Look at this shit. Vergaderone. This is... This is so fucking cool. This is intense. Like, that you've developed a system to do this, and I'm just gonna pretend like the lack of window struts was totally on purpose to make this happen easily. It looks so good. So good. Yeah. No, these are lights inside the model, gotta myth. He has, these are printed in PLA on an FDM printer in, like, crystal clear PLA with a hollow in the middle, and then he's running LEDs up inside of them. And Vergaderung, are you using button cell batteries now? He was talking about using button cell batteries before. It looks so cool. It just works so damn well. I hadn't considered this when I made these buildings, but the effect is just amazing. I can't... Oh my god. I think he's probably going to be doing most of the rest of the table, and I cannot wait to see the whole thing lit up. They're going to be lit before they're painted. Though I suppose them being lit and them being painted is part of the same process at this point. Get a few more weeks, and I think Vergaderung will develop a system that when you put the unit on a tile, you see a holographic display of... God, I want that so much. I want augmented reality for Battletech so badly. I want augmented reality for tabletop games in general so badly. Like, I'll never stop painting models, but... Wouldn't that be just... Oh my god. Why isn't that a thing yet? There's not enough money in it, I guess. Too much money in the figures. I don't know. It brings so much. It brings so much to the look, and you don't have to paint the windows anymore if you do this. I want to see this in a darker shot. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Vergaderung. If you're listening, these pictures, but with the lights out, baby, that's what I want to see. The power plant foundation. Yeah. So when I designed this foundation, the intent was either for the Trinity Tower to go on it, or for you to use other buildings. Like, it's meant to be multi-use. I hadn't considered putting a bunch of power generators on it and making it like a power plant. But that's pretty fucking cool, too. I mean, of course, the idea was that it's all supposed to be modular, and then I send it out and kind of see what other ideas people have and how they combine them. But this is one I had not considered. Told him to take a blackout pick earlier today. I'm sure he'll get to it when his, teeth aren't exploding. Maybe. Maybe that's the thing that'll happen. Now we need some cyberpunk-style Trinity City buildings. It's about to get some more buildings, and I'll tell you that the lighting thing is cool enough. It's something I'm going to be keeping in mind for my designs moving forward. Vergaderung, amazing work, and thank you for sharing. At work now. I gotcha. Is that a Judge Dredd hab block? The thing with multiple towers on it? This is from, this is one of Raining Fire's buildings that he released recently. Now, for the record, WJ, this tower here, when I was designing this, I was looking at Mega Blocks from Judge Dredd, and I did measurements to figure out, okay, if I were to do a Mega Block in the right scale, how big would it be? And if you actually measure out one of the Mega Blocks from Dredd, it would be like several feet wide and like 6 feet high on the table, and I didn't want to do that. That would be way too goddamn much. So I opted for smaller but suggestive in every conceivable way. Vergaderung, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, I would love when you get the chance to see some pictures of that with the lights turned out, man. That would be amazing. Who's this from? Here we have from Pawnburn, Tabletop Inquirer, Games Workshop adds Piece of Grease. 2 technical paint lines so painters can achieve post-tournament look. Yeah, that's going to be the new trick, right? Wash with pizza grease, and then give a light dusting of Cheetos dust. It'll give it that real used look. The thing that looks like a parking lot with towers on top. Are the streets going into it? Oh, let me see. We're talking about this? Or we're talking about this? One of these two. So this here is, in fact, a parking garage. This is... I don't remember what we ended up calling this one, but it's like a corporate tower structure. It does have a little middle section in here where mechs can stand and take cover as well. Send me some there. Yeah, this one is actually a parking structure, and then it has some, like, flying car pads on top here. And I think if you were to zoom in on this, you would see that Vergaderung has some cars in the parking spaces on the top of it, even. Here we have from Kursala. Since Data Nerd has been using my computer for much of today, hers sucks, I set out to continue my desk. Finished drilling the legs for the main part and was able to get the underlayment for the top attached. I'll paint it once the glue dries, then I get to lay out the pattern. An hour later, and I have now painted it, pondering shelving, and decided to make it fancier. It is really, like, thank you so much. I would have no way of knowing how large this table was without these reference bananas. We can even tell approximately how many bananas long it is. Fucking bananas. Fucking bananas. This is a nice looking room. This is like a... It looks like it was attached to the outside of the house. Maybe as an addition, based on this brick wall, or is that just stylistic? Nice looking backyard, too. You got a nice place, Kursala. Good looking desk. Yeah, I would be interested to see what your shelving solution winds up being. Banana for scale. Sunroom as an addition. Yeah, it had the look of that. Okay. I've seen a lot of Florida rooms, as they're called in, well, Florida, and a lot of them look like that. A sunroom. A solarium, if you will. Honey, oh data nerd, I'll be in the solarium if you need me. Flourish the pinky, yes. That's basically how I figure they talk around the house. I'm glad to hear that Vergaderung. Yeah, I think everyone would love to see that. It's been cool watching this come together, and yeah, I'm curious what you wind up doing for shelving and what fanciness you wind up adding, Kursala. Very, very cool work. What scale are the bananas, though? They could be miniature bananas. I guess we don't know. A solarium is like a greenhouse, but for people. From Data Nerd, does ordering 144 cups officially mean I officially own a business? Expected site launch will be Tuesday. Oh, by the way, Data Nerd, I am getting the updated logos because they noticed the same thing. I sent it back and I was like, hey, check out how this thing doesn't connect, and they were like, oh shit, so they're fixing that. But yeah, I hope that doesn't wind up being an issue. I need to get together with you on Discord and talk some specifics. You should ping me and remind me of that, because I will forget. I've just got so much shit going on lately. And, you know, my brain works like half speed most of the time. And that's on a good day. I would kill for a solarium. Jesus, Cat, you need sun that badly? You don't have to kill anybody for a solarium. You just make one. You know, you go out in the backyard, you put up some sticks, you stretch like some plastic wrap over it, you put a chair underneath. That was a number joke. Oh, excuse me, I got a sneeze that's just, it wants to come out, but it's right on the cusp. It's okay, Samir. It's okay. The particulars for the updated Borealis might take a little bit, but, you know. Oh my god, it's right there, but it won't... Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh. I'm not getting the number joke. I'm missing it. What part am I supposed to be reading? Damn it, I feel stupid. Chat, stop making jokes that my fucking Neanderthal brain doesn't put together. Quit alienating your streamer. Oh, okay. No, I was never gonna get that joke. I'm too stupid for that. Yeah, no, that's... Okay, alright, I gotcha, I see. Now that it's been explained to me and it's no longer funny, thank you, WJ, we can be dumb together. That's a lot of mug. I'll tell you, that's a good looking mug, though. I like this one. I like this one with the little sort of terracotta on the bottom. Congrats! Means you either have a business or a problem. Medium scale bananas, that's good to know. Here we have from Rodan. Ooh.
He paints us the precious ore. He paints us.
I'm not gonna sing the "To Catch a Fish So Juicy Sweet" song, but I will admit that it's now stuck in my head. It's a gross. It's 144, so it's a gross of cups. Honestly, it's a stupid joke. It's like a fucking engineered dad joke is basically what it is. It's I'm a little ashamed that we had it here in the stream, but I can't control. I can't control the chatters. I mean, I can a little bit, but I don't think that there is like a block and ban function that it will automatically detect dad jokes, you know? But it's not disgusting. It's just the measurement. That's the whole thing. Like, you got the joke. There it is. Nice work on poor Gollum here, Rodan. I like the skin tones that you've used. I like mixing in a little bit of the green for the fish to kind of break up the scheme. Nice work on the eyes, too. They're really bugging out of his head. Ugh, he's got a bloody mouth. Disgusting. Oh, yeah, really got how his spine is popping out there. I like the water effects you've done on the base, too. It's tricky to do. But the deep blue underneath it really kind of helps to sell it. Very, very nice. I'm glad to hear that people are playing Middle-earth strategy battle game down there. I'm rapidly coming up with excuses to go down and visit once we're not under, fucking the plague reign. But when I come down for Verst Fests, I should send some of my strategy battle game minis down, and we should get some games in, man. It's a fun game. Honestly, if you guys haven't played The Beacons Are Lit! The Beacons of Minas Tirith! If you guys have not played the Middle-earth strategy battle game, find someone you know who has the Pelennor Fields box, and give it a try. It's actually, mechanically speaking, a really, really well-done fantasy battle game. Once you get the nature of the combat rolls down, they flow really well. And the game moves fairly quickly, which is something that a lot of fantasy games I feel like struggle with. The beacons are lit. And Rohan will answer. Muster the Rohirrim! It always sounded like he was ordering a sandwich to me. I don't know why. Hope we get more players since COVID. Yeah, at the very least, COVID has given people a lot of time to sit inside and paint armies. That's something. If you're gonna get on me like that, Steiner, I mean, Ashnaz Durbatuluk, Ashnaz Gimbatul, Ashnaz Thrakatuluk, Agburzumishi Krimpatul. There you go, that's for you, buddy. The dark speech will be heard in every corner of Thunderhead Stream. Here we have from Soulsworn, in progress, Obi-Wan. I'm doing as a commission for a friend who's in a bad place in life. Oh, that's thoughtful of you. Trying to cheer him up. Obi-Wan will do that. He's a real upbeat guy. Yeah, you data nerd calling me a nerd. There's some irony for you, huh? Necromongers, but they're plate-wearing necromancers. I would fucking slap a baby. I would slap a baby in the face if someone gave me some files to print some actual necromongers. They're so cool. You have, like, the dudes with the little guns, and you have the dudes with, like, the picks, and you have the one guy with the staff whose job is apparently just to run into the enemy and stab it into the ground. Oh my god. I would paint those. Have a Lord Marshal Commander. Oh, shit. Necromongers are so cool, you guys. I'm going to have my clips set up on my stream deck for next time, because I've wanted to play my clips a bunch of times, but I don't have my macros going. Not a convention, Rodan. Wurstfest. The annual salute to sausage that happens in New Braunfels. Baby slapping? Thank you. Thank you for always making sure to immortalize my shame. I really appreciate that. Oh, we'll be asleep by the time Thunder gets to this on the report. Newborn, running dad ragged. Oh, sorry to hear that. Appreciate the community. You guys have improved my painting so much. I'm glad. Did you freehand? Oh, you're not here. You're not here. You're sleeping.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's accurate. When you come back and watch the VOD, I would love you to know that, first of all, really nice work. Obi-Wan's a little tricky because what you're dealing with is white in both cool and warm tones to differentiate them. Did a really good job differentiating the cloth from the armor. Good shading on the armor. I'd like to know if you free-handed the Jedi Order symbol, because it looks really, really nice, and I'd love a closer shot of that. Great work, Soulsworn. Coming down, we have from Manro Fasal. Posted close-ups and showcase, but I like how these turned out. Yeah, I wanted to see this. I love these models. It's just, it's pure fucking attitude. And such a good job with the color choices on this. I like the two-tone base. That's a nice touch. I love the hazard striping across the knuckles on the big fucking fuck you turbo fist. And the pink hair. And it looks like you went with like a little bit of war paint, or like a tat on Punker Hammerchick too. Really, really nice work, Manro. I'd love to see the rest of them up close like that, because I know you did a whole little squad of them. Fucking fantastic work. And really, really good use of focal points. You've got a nice contrast between the pink and the cyan, and these kind of create your primary focal points on the face, the chest, and the hair. And then you've got yellow reserved for the weaponry and the base. Tried to make him look more Bright Fury Road. Yeah, I could kind of see that. Yeah, I think the war paint across the eye kind of sells that too. They're in showcase. I'll take a look at them after the stream. Thank you for posting those. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune, Outriders finally done-ish. I'm waiting on Raven Guard insignia from Pop Goes the Monkey. What? I've never heard of Pop Goes the Monkey. I'm also going to be experimenting with grass before putting some on the model. Yeah, that's gonna... Okay, so the grass is gonna help a lot. The grass is going to help a lot, if only because it's going to give a little bit more contrast in color. You don't have any green on the minis. You've got red, you've got blue, you've got yellow, and then you've got neutrals and your silvers and your flesh tones. The green on the base is going to help kind of frame those colors and give them something to contrast against. Consider using multiple colors of grass. I think one of the mistakes people make when they first start using static grass is they're just like, well, green, right? Because grass is green. Grass is a lot of different colors, and if you mix in patches of green and maybe like a little brown and a little yellow, you wind up with a much more natural looking spread. Also, and this is all, like, just put down green if that's what you want to do. I'm just saying, like, if you want to dig into it, using different lengths of static grass, like get a couple of different lengths, like 3mm to 5mm, because grass tends to be varying heights when it's not being mown. But, yeah, no, I think that is going to be a good move. These are nice models. I think the Outriders in general are one of the best new ones they've done. Which is funny, because in the same set they released that awful go-kart that just really looks like shit. Good paint job, wonderful color choices, I love that red. I'd love to see some more standard Marines in this livery put next to them. Kevin Kitsune. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, you got multiple colors. Fantastic. You are at least 2 steps ahead of me. Rodan, you've never heard of the Wurstfest? You've lived there for how long, and you've never been to Wurstfest? Like, I don't know if it's going to be going on this year, what with everything that's happening, or in 2021, but you and Vanessa need to check out the New Braunfels Wurstfest. Look it up online and go to it. It's just beer and sausage and, like, oompa music and fucking chicken hats, dude. It is so much fun. I mean, oh, maybe you're not as into absurdist German culture as I am. That's fair. But in the near future, we should go together, because I think we'd have fun. They're a Shapeways store. I'm not familiar with them. Yeah, if you're mixing these different grasses and doing different patches of them, those are going to look fantastic, Kevin Kitsune. Here we have from Roland... What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna take a guess here. I don't know what the flatbread is. I'm gonna assume that it's like a sweet, waffly sort of material. It looks like Nilla wafers, banana pudding, banana slices, and whipped cream? If that's what it is, I want to go to there. Oh my god, that's probably amazing. If anything, I would want to crush the rest of the Nilla wafers up in the way that the Nilla wafers on top have been crushed up. That's like the only way you could possibly improve this. Right, Eads? Like, holy shit. Ooh. I mean, it's not Taco Tuesday, but that's just fine by me, man. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yes. Yes! Roland, that makes up for at least half of something else that you've posted. At least half of one of the horrible abominations that you've posted to this channel in the past. And we're closer to New Braunfels. Moved to Converse, which is... Oh, yeah. I had a couple friends who lived up in Converse. I used to go up there all the time. Yeah, you're very, very close to it. Also, if you haven't been to Grün, go check that town out. They've got open bottle laws. There is a wine bar there that serves local mead. So you can go in there, you can buy a bottle of mead, and you can walk around drinking it, and then sort of stumble into the nearby restaurant they have, the Grist Mill, I think it's called. So fucking good. The wine bar they have there is really, really nice. I mean, you know, assuming that it's operating right now, but they've got like an outdoor garden with some little spritzers, so you can sit out there with like a bottle of local mead. There's a place... Yes, please. There's a place near there, a really good meadery called Rowan Meadery, which it's spelled like Rohan. And I asked them about that, and they are not Lord of the Rings fans. They just named their meadery Rowan Meadery, and I think it's. Thank you very much. I think it's kind of tragic that they didn't get the Lord of the Rings reference, you know. But what are you gonna do? You can only help people so much. No, I'm back on the fat tire, man. I wish I could make it a thing that I drink all these super interesting beers, but I am a boring asshole, and I go back to New Belgium just over and over again. Ooh, nice and cold, though. That's something. Yeah, waffle shells. That's what I thought it was. And then we got a cake. Oh, it's a Mackie cake. Want to see them pulse? Chunka. What the fuck? Is this a real cake? This is insane. Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't look superimposed. This looks like something somebody made. What, like, I would eat it in the same sense that I would eat literally any cake. Like, you could draw something truly unappetizing on a cake and I'd still eat it because it's still cake. I'm just wondering, more than anything, what occasion was this cake made to celebrate? That is the one thing that is eluding me. I can't imagine showing up to a party being like, hey guys, I made a Mackie cake. 90% of the people would just be confused. And I mean, that's being generous. It would be 99.9. Oh, you found it on Reddit. I gotcha. Oh, I mean, if you found it on Reddit, it could have been... God help. God help the degenerates on Reddit. I certainly don't shitpost on there constantly. A bachelor party? I mean, I could see that. I don't know, I feel like... Maybe you're missing the point of a bachelor party if you're focused on mechs with laser dicks. You know? It should at least be like a sexy robot with roboobs. At a minimum. Someone's birthday in a Battletech group. Well... Okay, I'll buy that. It just makes me want cake, though. I'm gonna yell at my wife to make me cake. That'll go great. Like, I say that out loud, and then I think back on it, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. Actually. Literally, as soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized why it was a bad idea. Yeah. Only one cake Vanessa wouldn't eat is the one that looks like a litter box. Yeah, I could see how that wouldn't be the most appetizing. Kat, you're not my wife. I'm not telling you to make a fucking cake. Alright? You know what, Kat? You can make your own damn cake. How about that? Pancake is cake if cake sucks. Like, I'm not... no. I'm not buying that argument, Rio. I'm gonna. Well, fine, do. You won't. Do it. Fucking post pics. Pics or it didn't happen. Chat, am I right? Back me up. Back me up, chat. Pics or it didn't fucking happen. Ignore the oddball $60 charge on your Visa a week later. Thankfully, she doesn't have access to my accounts yet. That's something. She is armed. She is armed. On Thursday, I'll be looking for it. I'll be looking for it. For shit's sake. And send me a piece. Not just pics or it didn't happen. You have until Thursday. That's enough time for a package to get to me. So you cut a piece, and you wrap it up nice, and you put it in a box, and you send it to me. And then you can post a picture, and I will take a bite of it, and I will confirm that it is in fact cake. I just want some cake, if I'm being honest. That's really where all this came from. Yeah. Anyway, here we have from Bokeh DD. Wait. Damn it, somebody help me out. Which one is Bokeh? I remember I've asked this before. Who is that on Twitch? Had cake tonight, and it was a good cake. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jahal. It would be so disappointing to me if you were like, I had cake tonight, and it was, kind of sucked. I feel like that would just be the cherry on top of a shit sundae, wouldn't it? Ooh, Oreos. Who doesn't want cake? I haven't had cheesecake the entire year, and it's God, I haven't. Nope, that's not true. I have had. My wife does these it's like sopapilla on the bottom, and then there's a layer of cheesecake, and then another layer of like flaky sopapilla on top, and you cool it and you cut it, and you put like a little bit of honey on it. I'm not saying I had cake. I'm saying I had cheesecake, Hethrier. Warm apple pie is also not cake. How is cheesecake a pie? I can't do it with you right now, Hethrier. I can't deal with your you-ness. No, I'm not going to think about it. I will do no such thing. Let's look at these fucking white scars. Right? These are white scars, aren't they? Yeah, they totally are. The red and the white. I love how he's leading the way with like a damn hammer. These helmets are interesting and I don't recognize them. Does anyone know where these helmets are from? I like how the cheek plates are done in red and then they come down to that point and that's in white, and then you have the red. They almost look like Cylons. That's fair. That's fair, Rogue. Ooh, you know what I could go for? Some Tres Leches. Ooh. I haven't had Tres Leches since I was in Texas. Oh my god, it's been a long time since I've had Tres Leches. I need to eat more Mexican food. Well, this is a really, really nice paint job, and I like the basing. I'm curious about these helmets. It's pumpkin pie with cream cheese instead of pumpkin. I mean, you know what? What defines a pie? Like, what even is pie? Philosophically speaking, what are the features that define a pie versus a cake? And because I know that these features are actually very easily defined and that I'm wrong, I'm going to move on from this subject immediately before anyone can prove me wrong. So let's take a look at what Hethrier posted here. There he is. There's the guy. There's the 3D print that I did for him. He's looking pretty nice, man. I think they're 30K helmets? I'm not sure. I'd love to know, though. It's a real sharp White Scars paint job, but I really like the helmets, and I would very much like to know where they came from. This 3D print is so cool, and the fact that this model is up for free on Thingiverse. I printed this out on the Elegoo Mars and sent it over to Hethrier. You had any problems with the print, man? Dude, I know the feeling. I'm going to be building Sanguinius a little bit later tonight, and I mean, yeah, he's been sitting on my desk so long because Sanguinius scares me too. Not one. I'm glad to hear that. I spent a little bit of time making sure everything fit for you, so I was hoping you wouldn't have any issues. Weird people are out there. We're among them, just different forms of weird. We're like the more palatable and cool sort of weird, though. That's what I would like to believe, at any rate. This really is just such a damn gorgeous model. In some ways, I think it's better than the Forge World Sanguinius, but it's hard to argue with how very, very fine the detail is on Sanguinius. I'm looking forward to digging in and getting the paint job done on him, too. I think that you're going to do that one, and I'm going to paint your Sanguinius, and I'm going to send it to you, you're going to put them next to each other, and you're going to be like, man, I should have painted this myself, because you're going to do a fucking good job on that one, too. Right? It's a very, very nice model, Rodan, I agree. Oh, to show the new viewers, you can put gaming screenshots on the Storm Report. It's true, you can. This is Total War 3 Kingdoms, yeah? I've been watching some people play this on Twitch lately. I never played 3 Kingdoms. Need a chapter for my lone space marine. Suggested Astral Knights and Salamanders so far. Iron Snakes. Look them up. Iron Snakes. You could go for like a Greek theme with it. Salamanders. I'm not a big Salamanders guy. I'm down with all of the Imperial Fists successor chapters, and I'm not like an Ultramarines guy. And I know that the Iron Snakes are an Ultramarine successor, but their story is so fucking cool, and the fact that they like hunt sea monsters with spears just endears them to me. And they like dogs. Who doesn't like a Space Marine that likes dogs? That's kick ass. They never talk about dogs. I like the setting of 3 Kingdoms. Been thinking of trying it. Yeah, it looks like a really particularly fun version of Total War. Is that... Wait, I was staring at this trying to figure out what I was looking at. That is an elephant throwing a man. I feel like an idiot for staring at this long and being like, what is that? My elephant's doing something. He has a man and he is hurling him into the air. Oh, Lord. Yeah, the Minotaurs are Greek too,
and
but
so
the Iron Snakes are also very Greek.
Metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. Salamanders are green as well, but the salamanders are almost always on fire. You can have multiple Greek-style Marines. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. And, yeah, I need to check out 3 Kingdoms. It does look like a whole lot of fun. Oh, wait, this is just another angle. That elephant is pissed. Just stomping dudes into the ground. Dude, I don't know if you guys have ever been around an elephant in real life before. They're fucking huge. They're gigantic. Camels are bigger than you think, too, but elephants are just massive. I cannot imagine someone on a pissed-off elephant trying to kill me. I would poop my pants. I'm not even going to pretend that I wouldn't. I would crap my pants and I would run away. I would drop my weapons and I would flee in terror. And then if that elephant were like 3 times the size of a normal elephant and there was a screaming tribal man on it surrounded by orcs, I'd probably just die right there. Maybe I should watch Lord of the Rings again. It seems to be on my mind lately. How about that? Hey, we're from White Wolf. They say you never forget your first. Wait, where am I again? There is just so many gorgeous environments in Elite Dangerous. They did, for as much as I complain sometimes about a number of things that they did wrong in Elite Dangerous, they did a number of things very, very right. The core gameplay experience and the core flight engine of Elite Dangerous are fantastic. Fantastic. What they say about it, that it's a mile wide and an inch deep, is very true, I think. But as long as you're not trying to dig past that inch, that mile gives you a lot to play around in. And I think that exploration, if you're into it, if you're into just the beautiful environments and the isolation of it, it can be a lot of fun. And it's been fun following your progress. Have you made it back into the bubble yet? I want to know how much you ultimately end up getting paid off for your explorations, White Wolf. And how many unique stars you discovered. That's one of the nice things about Elite Dangerous being based on the actual galaxy. There are so many stars that all the players could discover many, many stars and not even scratch the surface of how many there are to chart. I don't know if you know this, guys, but the galaxy's a big fucking place. Here we have from Cyber Knight, still plugging away at these new Cobra holes that Thunderhead didn't notice the last. I noticed them. I noted them. I was very focused on the other stuff. New turrets are all done, but the 2 hulls in front still need some cleanup and accent touch-ups before hitting with a Nuln Oil and more cleanup. Your color scheme is always, like, it's just... I like it. I like the gray and blue together. It's simple, and it's effective, and it's unique and distinctive. And these are all features that you want Yeah, particularly for a product line that you're producing. And I always love the green and the oranges mixed in there. They pop against those colors. It's fantastic livery. Yeah, I agree. Made around $1 billion and found a few thousand systems on a 19-day run. Damn, Rogue! That's a little bit of exploration. These are really fantastic, Cyber Knight. And for any of you who don't know, Metalcore Collectibles here in chat is our very own Cyber Knight, who designs and produces all of these in 6mm scale. I'm telling you, if you play Battletech, you need to check out Metalcore Collectibles. Notice I didn't call it Steelcore Collectibles this time. Isn't that something? Yeah? Do I get credit for that? No, nobody ever gives me credit for anything. God, I'm so put upon, you guys. So put upon. Sadly, that one definitely wasn't landable, but it was my first Earth-like world discovered. This system was worth $8 million. Still have no idea where I am. Don't think I mind, though. Doubly so, because it's still way too cloudy to look at real stars. Yeah, I haven't seen the mountains in weeks, by the way. Colorado remains a little bit on fire. This is pretty good, too, though. I'm down with this. What is it? I can't... What's the name of our ship here? The something Shadow. I can't read the first word. Help me. Help me. It's the something Shadow. What is it? Kitsune's Shadow. Ah, I got you, White Wolf. Okay. Nice. Here we have from, obviously, Gemini. Just finished this Lord of Malice for a friend. This is also the first time I tried some OSL effects with my cheap airbrush. For a first time, that is a very believable... It's a strong glow, but it's a very believable glow. Nice texture work. Good color choice on the rocks on the bottom. I really like that. They're very pale. And they contrast against all the sort of richer but still cool tones that you have going up into the model. I like the work you've done on the sword. I like the use of warm colors, this sort of rusty effect on this piece behind him, kind of helping to frame the rest of it. Yeah, this is a nice airbrushed OSL. I would love to see a slightly larger photo of this. Something with a little bit more detail. Well, let's see, if I try to open this... Okay, yeah, I can get more detail. So yeah, if you post this very picture over in Showcase, people will be able to zoom in on it and get a closer look. You can see the detail a lot more clearly. That's an impressive paint job. Very nice, obviously, Gemini. How long have you been painting? Out of curiosity, if you're still here. If this is the first time you tried OSL, man, you're on the right track. You got a good eye for it. You kind of have to... It's tricky, because you can go really, really subtle with it, or you can do kind of what you did here, which is like go big or go home. You went for it, and I think that it really, really works. You did not use any true metallic acrylics. Will upload in Showcase. Yes, please do. Please do. I would love to be able to take a closer look. Because the thing is, I close out... At the end of the stream, I will delete the Storm Report channel and clone it, so these pictures go away. So feel free to double post and get over in Showcase so more people can get a look at it. Very, very nice work, obviously, Gemini, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Here we have from Sumer, Thunderhead exclusive preview of Operation Lancaster, the central memorial of the Trinity Memorial Hall. A genuinely amazing piece done by Matt Plog for the short story Prophecies, the Tale of Asya. Much like the preview piece I posted last time, this shows the kind of world building that was attempted in the project, most certainly including the more somber side of things. Oh, that is nice. Oof. It's got an interesting scale to it. And I like the inclusion of, you have the Dreadnought core symbol over here. We have like a little propaganda poster going on in here. Plog has such a chunky, satisfying, cartoony style. It is not the same Trinity City. No, WJ. There is no connection between these two other than the use of the word Trinity. Yeah, his attention to detail here really is. I love the reflections on the floor, too. It's a subtle effect that just serves to... Like, I'm looking at it, and these reflected lines and the reflected details on the floor, and the way the reflected details are a little out of focus. It sells the polished floor so well for such I think other artists would have gone for a more complex effect here, is what I'm saying. And he's using simple shapes and a repetitive effect to achieve a very, very believable reflection. Oh, Samare. Oh, Samare. Quit talking shit about your own work, man. Come on, we don't do that here. I've also, after more than a month and a half at least, gotten my printers up and running again. Now that I've worked through the Cobra and Sprinter parts I printed before my move. Printing out the new parts needed for the new Sprinter variants I will be introducing soon. New tank variants coming from Metalcore Collectibles. Very, very nice. It looks like old 90s battle. Yeah, that's a good point, WJ. It has the style, the chunky sort of style, the brutalist style of that old 90s Battletech art, but, and I don't mean this as a slight necessarily against those old artists, more competent. I think we can all acknowledge that a lot of that art, like, it was worse in the 80s, yeah, but even in the 90s it was a little like, it came across flat a lot of the times. And there's one thing that Plog's art never comes across as, it's flat or static. There is always a sense of motion when there's supposed to be one. Yeah, that makes sense. The 90s Fasa stuff. His style has continued to evolve and grow. And, you know, that's an interesting idea. I'd like to go back and yeah, if Plog has some older work from the 90s, I'd love to put them next to this newer stuff that he's doing from Operation Lancaster. That's what I thought. Late 90s. But, I mean, he's been working all this time. That could be fun to do. Actually, maybe we should do that on a Storm Report. If Plog wouldn't feel, like, self-conscious, which I doubt he would. I doubt he'd even care. I'd love to pull up some of his stuff from the late 90s, put it next to some of this Operation Lancaster stuff, and just talk stylistic development. Look at all these parts. Look at this crazy person. Oh my god. He produces so many tanks. So many APCs. Ask him if you like. I'd personally, I'd love to do it, and if he gave a thumbs up, I'd feel more comfortable doing it. Do a Zoom interview with him. Oh my god, no, I'd fanboy the whole time. His art's fucking amazing. TRO 3060 has some great ones for that. Yeah, that'd be a good source. I like this idea, actually. Maybe this is something we should do. I love this particular barrel on the Sprinter, by the way. This little, Rogue, what is this called? You would know. This one on the end of the barrel, what is it? Tell me. Because if I say it, I'm going to get it wrong, and you're going to be like, actually, Thunderhead, that is a reticulating gas vent bore hog. Or something like that. It is excellent to see you printing more parts, Cybern Knight. And again, guys, if you ever see anything Cybern Knight does on here, and you find yourself thinking, that's pretty cool, I'd like to use that in Battletech, go check out Metalcore Collectibles. A lot of his catalog is for sale on Steel Warrior Studios as well. Not much for social media, so probably wouldn't care much. Yeah, that's what I figured, Samare. He doesn't seem like he has much integration with social media. The dude's just doing his art, and I respect the shit out of that. Some awesome work and some stinkers, but all of them show his development. Even the rough stuff has seeds of what he would become. That's exactly why I want to look at a Datron Voltari, because if you look at an artist's work from that long ago, you can usually pick out the parts that's like, okay, he didn't do very well on this, he didn't do very well on this, but there are some important pieces that he stuck with that make his style what it is. And I'd like to take a look at that and try to, you know, understand it a little bit. Here we have some stuff from Thunderdome Drew. Dark Angel Hellblasters, 10-man based. Hellblasters, that's the name of the new plasma gunners. Oh, he said Dark Angels. Oh, it's interesting. Dark Angels, the Dark Angels I've seen usually have a more saturated green, and this is almost moving in the direction of an olive, but I like it. Nice zenithal highlights done on these, Thunderdome Drew. And then finally we have the Queen of Onslaught by Creature Caster. Well, that's a hell of a print, isn't it? Damn! I think that the painting I've watched Thunderdome Drew do, I like this work the most. I like it when he gets in there and he's doing lots of organic parts, and lots of little intricate bits, which I'm sure he doesn't necessarily love hearing because it takes so much time to work on. But he's got such a good eye for taking similar details and differentiating them. For using highly contrasting organic colors next to each other to really create an interesting visual palette. I want to see, Drew, what you do with this. It's actually the only reason I paint as much as I do. Well, hey, you're fucking good at it, man. I'm better, I think, for the most part, at like flat plates and hard surface stuff. I'm trying to get better at more organic surfaces. Or for big-ass robots and monsters. Man, Drew, I knew I liked you for a reason, man. I knew I liked you for a reason. I look forward to seeing you. Are you going to be doing this one on stream? You should definitely ping me in the Discord when you're going to be firing this one up on stream, because I would love to watch you get started. Absolutely love it. Thank you so much for sharing, Thunderdome. Drew, your presence is always appreciated. Now, if I push this button, is it going to do the thing I think it's going to do? I'm sorry. I'm not used to the stream deck yet. It's going to take some... It's just such a simple operation. Do it. Do the thing. It changed the scene! It's amazing! Woo! I gotta play with this thing some more. Get it more integrated. Who's doing what? Who's doing what? Let's have a look. Oh, looks like Steiner, Crocodile, Alaric Kerensky's playing some Squadrons. Yeah. And I think we're going to pop over to Steiner, who's been working on some pretty cool corn demons lately. Alright, I'm going to try using my my raid button. I made some raid buttons. We're going to see if they're going to work, alright? Bing, bang, boom. It did the thing! It did the thing. I'm so excited and pleased for myself. That's not off-putting at all, right? Guys, holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody who came out today. Thank you to my chatters. Thank you especially to my lurkers. Oh my god. Studio J7, thank you so much for the raid, man. That was huge. It's such an honor. I love Studio J7. The guy's an awesome streamer. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for participating in the Storm Report, man. I always love seeing your work. I want to give a big thanks to Cat Ion and Project Dark Fox, not just for being mods, but for honestly for being good friends of mine. For supplying as much support emotionally and in Dark Fox's case artistically as they've done. Completing the Borealis dropship is a huge step, and I'm really happy to bring it to you guys. And thank you to Samare for including me in Project Lancaster. I can't wait to work on that some more with you, man. That's going to be a damn good time. Oh, I am going to go get something to eat. It's late. I am hungry. So Locust and Gentlemechs, we will be back. I didn't update my thing. We will be back gaming and or painting on Thursday, and then we will get into some more painting this upcoming Sunday. We will not be on Tuesday. So until Thursday, keep on painting.